Good evening. It is 6:30 p.m. and I'd like to call the August 18th, 2021 board meeting of the Niles, Maine District Library Board to order. I would like to read a letter which I obtained today before we begin our meeting. Dear Carolyn Derblick, I would like to inform you that I am resigning from my position as trustee of the Niles Library District effective immediately. I have been proud to serve the Niles Library District, so it is with great gratitude and a little bit of sorrow that I must resign from this position. My other commitments have become too great for me to be able to fulfill the requirements of my position on the board, and I feel it is best for me to make room for someone with the time and energy to devote to the job. Best regards, Olivia Hanushik. So, Margaret, will you please take the roll?
Trustee Derblick.
Here.
Trustee Schoenfeld.
Here.
Trustee Makula.
Here.
Trustee Rosansky.
Here.
Trustee Olson.
Here.
Trustee Kean Adams.
Here. All right, thank you. Next item is Pledge of Allegiance. Could we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, the next item on our agenda is number 4, public comments. Margaret, could you please call the next person, or is it Cindy? Who handles? I'll call. I'm calling it Cindy? I'm sorry. Okay.
Kathy Toy.
Hi, I'm Kathy Toy, and first I will thank Olivia for proposing the amendments to the budget that saved the staff jobs. Next, these are my public comments. The first 2 months of your administration have been all about the 3 F's: falsehoods, FOIA requests, and fiscal recklessness. The ink isn't even dry on the budget, and the board is spending without considering whether or not the expenditures are in the budget. Falsehoods. Something has really been bothering me since you, Carolyn, stated roughly 2 months ago that the misinformation being disseminated to the public is coming from the media and attendees at the board meetings. The only people we've heard this information from were 2 of you, Carolyn and Joe, at these board meetings. I have the evidence right here in my hand of Joe's marked up budget that had to be FOIA'd for the public to learn what Joe was contemplating doing with the budget. Carolyn, I'd like to ask you to please stop spreading falsehoods to the public. If you don't want all the bad publicity, please just own up to the truth that you agreed with Joe to cut the budget. FOIA requests. Carolyn and Joe, you've been the king and queen of FOIA requests for several years. All of your requests were completed by 3 certified Niles, Maine District Library FOIA officers at no extra cost to the library. Currently, all the FOIA requests at your direction are being vetted by the attorneys. It makes no sense to me to spend taxpayers' money on attorneys when the library has capable people on staff to do the same work. Carolyn, why have you put these procedures in place? Are you afraid that something might be uncovered that does not look good for you, and have instructed the attorneys to redact everything possible and, in my opinion, have them stretch the FOIA laws? You also told Susan Lemke at the May 19th, 2021 board meeting that she could not contact the attorney for FOIA questions. Yet you are now sending every FOIA request to them. I'm having trouble with the common sense factor here. Fiscal recklessness. The board is not being fiscally responsible with the taxpayers' money. Attorney fees are at an all-time high. So far, the board has spent $30,000 in legal fees. The board is also contemplating spending $120,000 in capital expenditures, which are unbudgeted, unbid, and makes the board look uneducated in library matters. Examples: you don't seem to know the Illinois state purchasing rules. All expenditures over $25,000, like the roof, should be a formal bid process, and your own trustee bylaws state that all expenditures in excess of $5,000 should have 3 bids. All of these proposed expenditures are single supplier and single bid. And you are paying for the Culver lot, which does not even have a budgeted line item. Remember, you deleted that. Please educate yourself on library processes and procedures. Thank you.
Sandra?
Thank you.
Sandra Lace? Last, thank you.
I want to know why there were 2 videographers recording at the July 21st regular board meeting. One was the regular YouTube woman, and the second was a woman sent to videotape by the board's contracted videographer. How do I know? I spoke to her directly. What was she recording? There was already someone videotaping for YouTube. 2 of the same? Doesn't make any sense. Or was she recording the section of the audience supportive of the minority board members? Who authorized this? For what purpose? At any rate, it appears to be an entirely unnecessary expense by our supposed financially responsible board. My estimate is about $200 or $300 down the drain. This is an example of the fiscal irresponsibility and opaqueness and lack of transparency. I suspect the minority board members were unaware that this expense was authorized. Thank you.
Dave Carabota?
Good evening. Brings to mind the movie My Cousin Vinny. My cousin Vinny was called upon to make his opening statement once the prosecutor stepped down. My cousin Vinny. My cousin Vinny. Okay, I'll scream.
Well, I had a hard time talking with it too, but we all have to do it. I did it too.
My cousin Vinny, what he did in his opening statement is he looked up and he said, "Your Honor, what you just heard is, thank you." The word I'm leaving out. The judge admonished him for using that word in open court. But that's what sums up what you just heard this evening. All that came before you right now in public comment. You're allowed to videotape under the Open Meetings Act if you decide to read the statute. Anyone can do that. It's also a good idea to do it because there are times when you remember certain things are videoed. And in other public bodies, I'm not saying here, but I know for a fact in other public bodies where they edit those tapes. Yeah, when it comes to being fiscally responsible, we're talking about $200 to $300. There's been no evidence that there was a cost of $200 or $300 for a second video, but whatever any cost is, you're allowed to do that. Anyone's allowed to do that. You're allowed to videotape anything you'd like. But here's the bottom line. The bottom line is that we have a board that actually came forward in Cook County, Illinois, and tried to cut a budget by 14%, which would have brought the library expense to the taxpayers, especially those that are self-employed, that their days start at 7 and their days end at 2 or 3 in the morning, would bring those expenses just below $500,000 a month. That's what all this contemporary furniture, wonderful wood on the walls, two-sided copier, and all that, to try to bring that cost down to $500,000 a month or less. And that's what this board tried to do, and this board was attacked. And I want to thank Olivia for the work she did, of course, up to a certain point. But she was put under a lot of pressure, as was Carolyn Derblick, Susan Schoenfeld, and Joe McCullough. And I thank you for that. I've been there. And it's an awful lot of pressure when you can't even attend the 4th of July parade because you have people protesting you allowed to parade as well. When the newspapers are sent articles of a lie that the Niles Library was going to close under the new budget, with a reporter publishing an article in the Sun-Times saying, the library is going to close, where are the children going to go? And my answer to that reporter, whose name I won't use, is that I'm asking him to do better research in the future. The answer is, where will the children go? To the library, because the library was never going to close. These people that put these signs up on their lawns, save the library, it was already saved. But you tried to bring those expenses down to below $500,000 a month. And you failed. But you tried. And that's all I want to see. I want to see a triumph. I want to see a best effort. Hopefully, as we've learned, tomorrow's always a new day, and hopefully one day we'll be able to accomplish that. And people are going to sit, they're opening their real estate tax bills over the weekend. I saw it on Nextdoor Niles that there are people not very happy, but then those blogs are taken off right away. Your real estate taxes are not supposed to be as much as they are to begin with. And the only way to bring those taxes down and to take the pressure off that you folks have seen, which was horrible, when even on the TV, it even made it to Fox News, that here's the Niles Library in Cook County, Illinois, trying to cut its budget by 14%. Oh my gosh, 150 people, as was pointed out by members of the board at the last meeting, 150 people showed up at the park and then came here to the library out of 58,000 people you're supposed to be serving. And those 150 people, in all that pressure and all that social media, what had happened? At the very last minute, at 1:02 on the tape on July 21, all of a sudden, without notice, Olivia Hanushik made an amendment. She called it a friendly amendment that saved everyone's jobs. There's no way anybody's going to lose a job under the new budget for this next year. And all of a sudden, all was calm. No problems with programs, no problems with books, no problems with anything. And that's another lie, is that the books of other languages were already budgeted. That amount was going to already be paid. Those books are always going to be available. It's all about a club. This is a bureaucracy that's bloated with employees. And you faced a budget that was dropped in your lap that was about $7.4 million for the year, which would fund 115
Time.
employees.
Time.
And I thank you for the work you did to stop
Time.
it. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Elizabeth Lynch.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Lynch. My pronouns are she, her. It looks like you're planning about $110,000 worth of spending that is not in the budget that you just passed. That is on top of the previous $500,000 increase to cover legal fees, which based on your current spending will also not be enough. Not only will you exceed your budget, but you will exceed your appropriations and be forced to go through the entire budget process again. That alone should worry everyone on this board and in this community. But what should also concern all of us is the unethical and potentially illegal manner in which this is all being done. I hope everyone had a chance to read Tom Robb's article, where we learned that Joe Makula has decided single-handedly what condition the roof is in and wants to award a nearly $100,000 contract to Anthony Roofing without going through the proper bidding process. Why are other trustees allowing decisions that will impact the library decades into the future and have six-figure consequences to be made by a single trustee based on his amateur opinion? I think the stakes are too high to leave it to Joe Makula walking the roof and believing what he's told by a single company. He believes the experts are wrong and we don't need our insulation up to code. Since he looked at the elevator shaft and couldn't see water damage himself, he's throwing out the assessment of experts and concludes that even if it is there, it isn't significant. I think the people in our community deserve to know why we are throwing out the advice of experts to accept Joe Makula's personal opinion. It is the community that will pay if the roof work is shoddy or insufficient. If the elevator shaft does indeed have water damage and we do in fact need our insulation up to code. It is the community that is paying the price Joe Makula accepted without knowing if we could get a better price from other roofers. It is the community that will pay the legal fees if the library is sued by other companies or, God forbid, if someone is hurt inside our building. We will pay if Joe Makula's attempt to circumvent the legal process doesn't hold up in court. I can find no evidence that Anthony Roofing's cooperative is approved by the state of Illinois, so I urge the other trustees not to accept Makula's amateur opinion on this issue either. This is not how these decisions are supposed to be made, which is why there are procedures and laws. They're in place to tell us how to go out to bid properly. Please, all you have to do is follow them. For a long time, we have heard from several of you and your supporters that the previous board was spending recklessly on a roof replacement. But your efforts to avoid public scrutiny, hide from FOIAs, fight the union, avoid the bidding process, and put Band-Aids like this roof repair on serious problems will meet or exceed that cost. If you continue down this path, the library will be spending over $700,000 and will have nothing to show for it but a roof that still isn't up to code and lawsuits. Please, stop paying lawyers to respond to FOIAs when the executive director is perfectly capable of it. Do not pay $100,000 to consultants to do the accounting work your assistant director, a certified CPA, is perfectly capable of doing. Stop paying your friend and campaign worker to do what your head of IT is perfectly capable of doing. But please do consult your lawyers before you put the library in further legal jeopardy. Work with experienced consultants to develop bid specifications based on expertise and evidence. There is a $33,000 payment to BEC in this agenda tonight. I don't know if everyone remembers that canceling this payment was one of the new board's first acts. Joe Makula told us to trust his personal opinion that they shouldn't be paid for this work. And now here we are, paying that $33,000 anyway. Probably after hours with the library's lawyers at the taxpayer's expense. As it turns out, Joe Makula was wrong. There is no grounds for dismissing the work of these experts, and trying to avoid the payment will be more costly than simply paying them. I urge you to learn from that experience. Trust the experts, not the opinion of your friends. Follow both the letter and the spirit of the law, especially when it comes to high-stakes costs and transparency with the public. And know that often the cheapest thing in the short term ends up costing the community more in the long run. From now on, let's follow the rules and get it right the first time.
Matthew Fernholz.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Fernholz. I'm an attorney appearing on behalf of Building Envelope Consultants. My client has asked me to appear this evening and make a few public comments. I understand that the payment for our overdue invoice is on the agenda. My client just wants to be paid for the work that has been performed. My client sent an invoice to the library board on April 22nd for $33,000 for work that had been completed. More than 60 days later, we received notification from the library board that the contract was terminated. We understand that decision. I'm not here to talk about the termination, but we are looking to get paid for the work that was already completed. I did receive an email from Gregory Pritz on Monday, August 2nd, informing me and my client that the library board was still holding the check which was generated in May as instructed. We'd like to know if that was the check for $33,000 for the work that was performed. I understand it's on the agenda tonight. I'm hoping it can get approved, and if it can get moved up to the bill payment, I would appreciate it, and I have nothing further to add. Thank you.
Mr. Fernholz, I'd like to apologize for you not being allowed to participate in the meeting as a
So
member of
would
the
I.
meeting, and I'm glad that you came. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
When I saw you were not allowed, it really concerned me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen Sanders.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Sanders. My pronouns are he, him. I am glad you were able to come to an agreement with this budget, and I am grateful the hardworking library staff can keep their jobs. Although there are still some serious concerns with this budget that need to be addressed. To start, legal fees are budgeted at $40,000. Although in the first month of the fiscal year, $10,000 was spent on legal fees alone, a quarter of the budget amount spent in 1 month. Although I did see that the appropriation for legal fees increased by $500,000. So you are aware the legal fees will be very high. This is a great way to hide an increase in legal fees without including it in your budget, but it's disingenuous. On top of this, you have a $98,000 patching project on the roof that you didn't budget for at all. Budgeting repairs and maintenance is budgeted at $44,000, although you want to spend more than double that on this project. The roof obviously needed work and you didn't plan for it in the budget. Another problem I am concerned with is that this exceeds the amount amount appropriated for building repairs and maintenance. If this happens, won't there need to be another budget passed? On a smaller scale, but it still speaks to the poor planning of this budget, you didn't plan for the cost of 2 months of the parking lease with Culver School, even though the contract called for 60 days notice cancellation. There is another $1,700 in unplanned expenses. This budget does slash expenses, and on paper, I guess that's what some of the board wanted. Although this budget is not realistic. It reduced costs to community outreach and employee development, yet it does not plan for all the expenses like legal fees, roof patching, and parking agreement. If this budget is supposed to be a plan, this is a bad plan and it's hiding expenses. This library should do more for the community, not less. Thank you.
Bob Zalesny.
My name is Bob Zalesny, and I guess I got something that I can agree with you on. Olivia's nickname, No-Show. It's too bad that she didn't resign the last meeting. Would have been better off. At the last meeting over here, it was something to see. It was like a zoo. It was like a circus over here. The people that come and the way they're shouting and whatnot, what they're doing, and most of these people, a lot of them, I don't even believe lived in Niles. When we went for the gun range, we had people from every other suburb over there trying to stop the gun range, and they didn't even live in Niles. But what were they all upset about? Because the board did their job. They went over there, we elected a board, they went line by line, they found where we could cut the budget, and exactly what they were supposed to do. Why were they doing this? Because they want to also have the union over here in Niles, with the Niles library employees. I worked for UPS. I went over there, was involved with many union negotiations throughout the years. And where do you want to start? You want to start from a position of strength. You don't want to start from a position of weakness. You start from the position of strength with the lowest budget, and you work your way up. You negotiate. And then what is that? You come through some reasonable and sound, fair, sensible compromises. But what happened in the last meeting? We got this amendment. Just threw everything out of the window, and we're in the worst position starting that we could possibly be. We have 112 employees.
No, we do not, sir. We have less than 100. That is wrong
Well, I'm gonna tell you
information.
what, I had a
I'm gonna tell
FOIA,
you
no,
you
no, no,
asked
no,
them.
it's
We
my
are
time.
under
It's my time, I want my
100.
time
Excuse
back.
me, Patty, please don't interrupt,
But
thank you.
I just don't want
We
to.
did a
Excuse me,
FOIA
Patty.
request, I got a FOIA request at my house, and I counted the employees. There's 112 on there. Unless you sent the wrong FOIA request. You ask people over here in Niles, how many people work at the library? You know what numbers you get? 20, 40. Nobody ever believed that there's over 100 people working here and what they're doing or why. It's a lot of waste. And I want the taxpayers of Niles to know that. That's the biggest thing, that we have over 112 people over here. We had the mayor come across the street over here. Years ago, when we was going the other way, I asked George to come to a meeting. He told me as a trustee he couldn't come. There's like a wall or something over here between these two bodies, that the village trustees and the library, they're two separate boards, and they don't cross. But now he comes here in his golf pants. And not only did he come once, he came twice. But I'll tell you what, the one person that did come, that was a trustee of Niles, was Joe Laverty. Joe Laverty came over here twice and spoke up about the spending. Like I say, you can't, you guys are cutting budgets. You don't do this in Illinois. You're getting pressure from people downstate. I hear about, all these, Michael Madigan and Dick Durbin and Tammy Duckworth and Jan Schakowsky. And each one of those people, they should come here and learn how to budget. They're the biggest spenders. This state is in fiscal disarray. And all I want to say is that I think you guys worked hard on that budget. We should go for some cuts, because you just can't go on this way. So I thank you for your time, and remember that every politician, when they get their money, by taking ours.
That's everyone.
That's everyone. Oh, is it? Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, I noticed we have probably a dozen minutes that we need to approve, and I believe it's going to be time-consuming. I would like to recommend that we move the presentations before the minutes so that we can allow the speakers to begin earlier, and they won't have to wait through all of our discussion.
Can I ask
I
you what
motion.
numbers you're referring to?
I motion to amend the agenda, moving item 12, new business, before item 5, approval of minutes.
That was very scripted. Do I have a second?
I second it. I'm sorry, there was a
I'm sorry, you
question
had a
first.
You have a first and second already?
Yes, did you have a
Okay,
question?
thank you.
I'm sorry, did you
I
have a
just said
question?
thank you,
Oh, no, I
didn't have
thought you had a question.
I did not have a question.
Oh, okay.
I just said you had a first and second already, that's all.
Okay, so, is there any question about why I'd like to move it? Because I think we're gonna be here for a while going through the minutes.
I'm just
I
wondering
personally
who's
don't,
presenting.
but
How
I'm
many
sorry?
presenters do we have?
I can't hear you.
How many presenters do we have?
Well, we're gonna do all of 12 is what I thought. We would move the entire number up. So that would include A, B, C, D, E, and F. And then we would do them.
Okay. Is there a presenter for
Personally, I
each?
think that would probably be longer than going through these minutes. And we legally have to get this done.
Okay, I don't think it's fair for the presenters to
Fine,
have to wait.
take the vote.
So do you wanna just move the presenters?
Just take the vote. They already had the motion at the second, so we have to vote on it.
Okey-doke. Please take the roll.
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld? Trustee Makula?
Yes.
No.
Trustee Rosensky? Trustee Olson?
No.
Trustee Keen Adams?
No.
Would it matter if I made an amendment just to move the two speakers?
No.
Okay.
Can you
Then
please
we
tell us
will-
who's
the
here to speak?
presenters.
Steve and Luther, I'm assuming.
Right, there are two presenters here this evening, based on your packet.
Where does this say that there?
They, it's in there. Under
Oh,
file.
the new packet, the one we just got tonight?
No, the packet from before. It was in there.
Okay, next on the agenda is item number 5. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of the 2021 regular board meetings, May 24th, June 1st, June 2nd, June 3rd, June 14th, June 16th, June 18th, June 30th, I'm sorry, June 30th,
Was
July
already done,
20th,
wasn't it?
and July 21st.
So moved.
Can I have a second?
June 13th is already, June 30th is already
Yes,
approved.
we did
so
that at the last
Okay,
meeting.
can I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, Sue seconded. Thank you.
And Mr. Makula, or Trustee Makula, moved, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
So now we have discussion?
Yes, we are now on the May
Thank you.
24th board meetings.
Thank you.
All right, I will call the trustees for comments. Trustee Makula,
No comments.
trustee Schoenfeld,
No comment.
trustee
I have no
Romansky,
problem with 24, May 24th, sorry.
trustee Rosansky, trustee Olson.
We are voting on May 24th?
Yes,
I'm asking if there are any questions right now, though.
pertaining to May 24th.
Okay, no question.
Okay, and trustee Keen Adams?
Just a comment that it's listed here very clearly that I announced I would not be able to make those meetings, that you said you couldn't hear me say I wasn't gonna be here. It's in here.
Oh, is that a correction? Did you need to change?
No, it was a comment.
And it's in there? Is that satisfactory? I'm not
It is.
understanding. Oh, you're fine?
The point
Okay,
is that
great.
you said you didn't hear me, but everyone else did because it's in the minutes. But yes, these minutes are fine.
Okay, so for the May 24th meeting minutes, I just need to check. All right, now the copy I have shows the closed session statement being moved to open session, and it is incorrect. I would like to request that the correction be included in there. I believe that's in the new,
Yeah, there's a
Minutes,
a
not
new
open?
set of
Okay.
minutes for everyone there for the
Right, I just
24th.
I just want to make sure, so it is in there, okay. So I am fine then with May 24th, let me just check that. Okay, that is correct. Any other comments, any other additions or changes?
No.
Okay, Margaret, please take the roll.
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rozansky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keen Adams?
Yes.
Okay, the next item is June 1st, 2021. I will call the trustees to see if there are any changes or corrections. Trustee Makula?
No changes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No changes.
Trustee Rozansky?
I would just like to say that minutes are supposed to be a summary, and in my opinion, there's too much wordiness in this. We don't need as much as was in there. Simple paragraph on what happened for each department would have been sufficient.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Olson?
No comment.
Trustee Keen Adams?
No.
Okay, I have a correction. On page 9, paragraph 2. President Derblick stated that Ms. Lemke was presenting partial information, and that she wanted the departments to make presentations on those particular budget lines. It sounds like there's two different topics here, and I was wondering, it sounds like the first sentence was cut off, and then we jumped into the second one. I'm concerned that maybe we're missing something here. I don't know where this is on the tape, but was that just a combination of a couple of thoughts? Anyone have anything to say about that? I'm not recalling that.
Yeah, I wrote this. It's almost verbatim. In
No, that's not my vocabulary.
well, it's a summary statement, but it's true to the sentiment that was expressed at the time.
Okay, it's, we don't need to be verbatim, but that's not the sentence that I stated. I would like to request that if we could go back to this section of the video and correct it. And if you could let me know.
Is that a motion? Is
It's
that
a
a
correction.
motion?
No, we already made a motion, it's for
Okay.
approval. So my question is, if you could let me know where this is on the tape, I'd be more than glad to review it. Who will be correcting this?
Yeah, that's fine. You know, in your new trustee manual, the approval process is that if someone has a correction, that we go back, and if it's in the tape, we make the change.
Right.
So is that what you want us to do? You want us to go back and look at this and make this statement to be what you actually
Just to
said?
complete the sentence, please.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
So these are not passed, we can't pass.
Well, they can be passed with the correction.
Correct?
Is that suitable?
That's what she said.
I'm sorry.
That's what she said.
That's what your manual says.
No, I was responding to Trustee Olson's comment.
We cannot approve it now because she gets to correct it first.
What I'm saying is we can correct it
After.
with the correction now, because she's just going to listen to the tape and complete the sentence.
Okay, if that's what you want to do.
Is that acceptable?
No, I think it needs to be reviewed first and then voted on.
Okay, then however you want it, we won't approve it then, so we'll hold the,
Fine, thank you.
we'll hold the
Because I would vote no if they did
June
that anyway,
1st.
so might as well put it aside. Next? So no for June 1st, which means we wait till next month, is that it? Yes.
And the next board meeting minutes are June 2nd, 2021. Trustee Makula, any comments?
No comments.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No comments.
Trustee Rozansky?
Yes, again, they should be a summary. I don't feel it's a summary, I think it's too much quotation, quoting everything. that's what, it's not what a minute is supposed to be.
Trustee Olson?
Well, I agree that they are getting very lengthy. It's just a suggestion for further minutes. Please condense the information. Thank you.
Thank you. And Trustee Keen Adams?
Nothing.
Okay, so could we, vote on these minutes now? Could you please take the roll, Margaret?
Quick question. So we're using everyone, Trustee Makula and Trustee Suzanne for all of them who moved it, correct? For all the minutes?
No, actually, we already made the motion, yes,
Yes, for all.
yes.
I
We're
just
just
went
gonna
to
take a
the
vote for
Now
each one, exactly.
Thank you. Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee
No.
Rozansky? Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keen Adams?
Yes.
Okay, then next is, the budget workshop minutes for June 3rd, 2021. Trustee Makula?
No comment on that.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No comment.
Trustee Rozansky?
Same comment as before.
Trustee Olson?
Yeah, they seem to be getting longer and longer, so please cut down for next time. Thank you.
Trustee Keen Adams?
No.
Okay, Margaret, would you please take the roll?
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rozansky? Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keen Adams?
Yes.
I'd just like to comment and thank you for your input. This was the first time we did workshops, and to do 3 of them, and with no guidance on how to do the minutes, so thank you very much.
Oh, and I did want to make a comment about how detailed the workshops were and how hard all of you and the staff I know who are involved in describing exactly what each department presented during our budget workshops. It was a great deal of work, and it was very much appreciated. The next board meeting minutes are June 14th. Trustee Makula?
No comments.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
I would just like to say this budget workshop was very informative, and I praise all the employees that did an outstanding job in terms of this full evaluation of progress in terms of their actual jobs and what is entitled to each person, jobs description.
Okay, Trustee Rozansky?
Yes, again, I understand that we have a new regime and they're just getting used to doing the minutes, but again, too much information. It's supposed to be a summary.
Okay, Trustee Olson?
No comment.
Trustee Keen Adams?
No comment.
Okay, Margaret, would you please take the roll?
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
No.
Trustee Rozansky? Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keen Adams?
Yes.
Okay, the next board meeting minutes are June 16th, 2021. Trustee Makula?
No comments.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No comment.
Trustee Rozansky?
Same as before, too wordy.
Trustee Olson?
Just a minute, please.
I'm sorry.
She
Did you
said
have
just a
question?
minute, please.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Can you take the next vote and come back to me, please?
Oh, sure.
I just wanted to-
Trustee Keen Adams?
Yes.
I'm sorry, is that yes, you have
Yes.
comments? Okay, thank you.
Is this not working?
I heard the comment,
I didn't hear her
but
comment.
it was like, guess what? Put on there.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
She said she has comments.
Okay, thank you. Are these mics not working tonight or what?
Yours isn't,
Can you hear me?
just like the last meeting, yours isn't.
I'll just speak up.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the president to call my name.
You know what?
I thought Keen Adams had comments, that's why I'm waiting. She said,
Yeah.
yes, she does.
No, I have no comments.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Misunderstanding there.
Trustee Olson.
No comments.
Okay, Margaret, would you please take the roll?
Trustee Derbelik?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes?
No.
Trustee Rozansky? Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keen Adams?
Yes.
Okay, the next set of meeting minutes is for June 18th, 2021. Trustee Makula.
No comments on these.
Trustee Schoenfeld.
No comment.
Trustee Rozansky.
Yes, I want to congratulate you. This is a summary.
Trustee Olson.
No comments?
Trustee Keen Adams.
No comment.
I thank you. Margaret, would you please take the roll?
Trustee Derbelik?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes?
Trustee Rozansky?
Yes,
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keen Adams?
Yes.
All right, the next set of minutes is July 20th. Trustee Makula.
No changes?
Trustee Schoenfeld.
Nothing at this time.
Trustee Rozansky.
nothing, except thank you, it's a summary.
Trustee Olson.
Is this the 21st July?
No, the 20th. We have 2 meetings in a row.
Okay. No comments.
Trustee Keen Adams.
No comment.
Okay, Margaret, please take the roll.
Trustee Derbelik?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes?
Trustee Rozansky?
Yes,
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keen Adams?
Yes.
Okay, the next set of minutes is for July 21st, 2021. Trustee Makula.
No comments on that meeting.
Trustee Schoenfeld.
No comments.
Trustee Rozansky.
no comment.
Trustee Olson.
Well, I do have one comment about the public comments, page 39. This time, you didn't say anything regarding what the comments the public had to say, which was the opposite of all the other very long renditions that we read. I just want to mention it, it was just kind of funny. I would have liked to have seen the mayor's comments at least mentioned here in this. But other than that, nothing.
Okay, Trustee Keen Adams.
No comment.
Okay, I do have a couple of comments. On page 42,
Under what?
one second, I need to. No, one other thing. go right ahead.
My comment is, I'd like to know, I think it was because Olivia had to repeat herself like 5 times, but it went to start with as pre-pandemic, and she started it at 70 hours, and then somehow it whittled down to 66.
So there was a discussion, and the comment was
I
that
know at
without
the end
filling
it
the
whittled down to 66.
without filling the vacancies, whether we would be able to do 70 hours. So
Okay,
then the compromise was,
okay.
Put your mic closer, Julie.
Closer coming up.
Okay, I do have 2 comments for those board meeting minutes, and they are regarding trustee Hanushek. The, page 42, vote on subsidiary motion to amend, and then vote on main motion to amend. The subsidiary motion, that there is no subsidiary motion listed here. This is not what she said. And I would like to request that we type verbatim what she said, because that's important.
The first time or at the end?
well, this is what she said right before the vote.
No, actually, I listened to that, and
So
she
did
never
I.
said anything about library open budget hours. That's not her terminology. And I think we need to be concerned about exactly what the point was that she was making. So I'm asking that we review her subsidiary motion, which I don't have in front of me, but I do have her main motion amended, which also is not this at all. She moved to adopt amended ordinance. Well, we need to know specifically what her amended motion was. So I'm requesting that that's what we insert there. Her motion was, I move that there will be no reduction to current staff and that the library hours will be the same as they were prior to COVID, or 66 as they are currently now. Current positions will not be filled due to attrition or retirement for this budget year. So that's exactly what her amended motion was, and I think that's important.
So it's 70 hours, you're saying?
Pardon me?
You're saying 70 hours?
No, not at all.
You said pre-pandemic.
No, her sentence is exactly what you said. She repeated it in her motion. She said, be the same as they were prior to COVID, or 66 as they are currently now. So she emphasized 66.
But that's not pre-COVID.
The first time she said pre-pandemic, which was 70. And by
Okay.
saying pre-pandemic or 66, they're 2 different things.
Okay, what she's
So
saying,
maybe what should happen is, rather than going according to what Carolyn wrote down, look at the tape for this one.
please do, it's at 1:22:06.
Nothing personal, but I don't trust your notes. And I didn't bring mine with me.
And that's for the subsidiary motion, or for the...
No, that's for her, that's her
main
amended
to
motion.
amend.
For main motion.
Right. So there was and actually, there's a great deal of discussion, and you'll see how she actually arrived at
Yes,
that.
I saw it many times. So this wording came from Dennis, who is the lawyer who was here. He referred to this as the subsidiary motion. That's why that's
Okay.
in here.
But the subsidiary motion, I know, I've sent many things from Dennis, I understand, but her motion should be her exact motion, because we're going to need to justify what we're doing.
And is that motion the one she was holding when she first read it? Because it changed every time she read it.
The final motion was
Before-
was the last motion that she made, and this was it, word for word. And prior to her stating this, you had made comments, which is where she made this determination, and that's why she said this. This is almost something that you said, but you'll hear her, this was her motion, and we voted on this.
Okay, I'll check it.
All right, so if you could just check,
So these minutes are being also cast for for another time once we have it reviewed. Am I misinterpreting?
Oh, no, exactly, you would, yes, we'll review them, at the next board meeting.
Fine. So that's June 21st, it's going to be reviewed. Thank you.
July 21st?
Oh, July 21st, did I say June? Yeah. Sorry about that.
So, Margaret, what two, meeting minutes are we holding out?
Oh.
Or Cindy, I don't know.
It was the second, wasn't it?
July 21st, and, one moment,
June 1st.
Yeah, June 1st.
June 1st.
Okay, thank you for that.
Just two of
All right, so, next on our agenda.
It came in a bit.
You know what, I'm sorry, I have another statement for July 21st before we move on. Okay, it's regarding trustee Hanushik's statement.
Okay, please.
I did the discussion.
42 again?
Yes, it's actually a general statement. I have a concern. On July 21st, trustee Hanushik made a motion to amend the budget to allow for the library to be open 66 hours per week. Further, there was a comment in that motion that the library budget would not be attained by laying off workers. Trustee Hanushik's motion was not meant to state that the library board or staff could not terminate an employee in the future. Rather, that trustee Hanushik amended motion made on July 21st, 2021 was limited to the way in which the budget would be implemented. Therefore, I would like to make the following clarifying motion. Before I make that motion, this is my explanation. I'm concerned that if it is interpreted that the library staff or the board cannot terminate an employee, we will find ourselves in situations, should we have employees who are found guilty of stealing, or if, heaven forbid, there should be a child abuse situation, and our hands are tied. So we need to be careful about how we word this.
This isn't worded like that, and we
So-
always have that right.
So I do have a motion that I wanted to, the motion that I would like to raise is, I motion to clarify trustee Hanushik's motion of July 21st, 2021. The budget is amended to provide that the library will open for 66 hours per week. The budget will not be reached by laying off staff members. However, the amendment does not prohibit staff or the board as an employer from taking personal actions on a case-by-case basis, including termination decisions.
This is what she's saying she wants added in there.
In the minutes?
Yes.
No, do you understand
Yeah.
the gravity of the
Yes.
situation, though? That's my
And
point.
can we vote on this particular statement?
Well, that's what I'm asking.
Can we vote on this particular statement?
I make a motion that we
to,
Make a
vote on
motion.
this.
Go ahead, make the motion.
You're asking me? I'm not a part
Go
of
ahead,
the
make the
hearing.
motion. to-
I make a
Wait, I
motion
thought you couldn't make a
that we
motion
vote on
a
the
motion.
statement concerning clarification of Olivia Hanushik's amendment pertaining to employees that may have absconded with money or had some other problems that would be a major reason to terminate them.
This is
Well-
what they want to add into.
So this is a motion as part of this meeting, not as a part of these minutes.
Yeah.
well, the minutes can't be approved without this statement being added for clarification, because
Then they won't be approved because I won't approve them.
Well,
Well, I'm-
we're asking to clarify
Go
her
ahead and
statement.
clarify it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
You're changing what actually happened.
No, I'm
Go ahead.
asking that this paragraph be added to that,
Go ahead.
those minutes for
Just
clarification.
Take the vote, take the vote.
So the thing is that Attorney Walsh was here that night, and he didn't raise this objection. So I'm uncomfortable editing the minutes to something that didn't actually happen, but if you want to consider making that motion in the future, it seems like it should be on an agenda for a future meeting, because it
I
isn't
agree.
on the agenda for tonight. But
Okay.
it doesn't preclude you from making a motion about, dealing
Clarifying.
with this, clarifying and how you're going to deal with the staff.
Okay.
But I don't see how you
Okay,
can.
I'm not asking that
fit
it
it in
be
here.
added to the minutes. I'm saying if we're approving the minutes, then we're approving the statement, which we haven't approved yet anyway. We're approving her statement, which indicates no one would be terminated, okay? What she meant was, no person in this library.
Are you a mind reader? How do you know what she meant? What she
Excuse me,
said at the meeting.
enough! Can I
Enough for you
please
too.
speak?
You're making statements, and she's not here to defend herself.
The purpose of the amendment was to be, to assure the employees.
Let her go. Let her go. Go ahead, finish your statement.
The purpose of trustee Hanushik's amendment was to assure that no employee would lose their job based on the budget. I'm just asking that we include a paragraph of clarification, so in the future,
May
I'm
we
just
take a
asking-
vote on that then?
can I finish speaking, please?
Go ahead,
And if
finish
we could
speaking.
refrain from all these comments. Well, I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to Cindy. So my point is, the paragraph would be clarification on her amendment. If in the future, there was a need to terminate a person for a serious issue, where we could have our hands tied. Now, of course, trustee Walsh has no idea about this. But if
Attorney
you think that we should, if they don't wanna vote on it, you don't wanna include it for clarification, I'm not saying that it should be something she said. I'm saying we need to distinguish between employees not
At
losing
a
their
future
jobs
meeting,
based
like
on
Cindy
budget
asked.
cuts. And
Right,
then,
so I would would just be more comfortable putting it on next month's agenda, that you want to clarify
that's
how
fine, then we will do that.
terminations will be handled, or whatever it is that you're concerned about.
No,
you
I
know.
wanna clarify Anushik's amendment, not to exclude the library's ability to terminate for some
No.
other
Well,
reason.
Because
Yes, but that would
wasn't
need to be next
discussed
month.
At the meeting. So
Next
no.
month, when it's on an agenda that's been, it's a public,
Yeah, let's move on.
OMA is not going to permit us to vote on something that is not on the agenda and not
Okay.
public notice was not given that this was going to be
Okay, well, I was
discussed.
just trying to include it as an amended motion on part of these minutes. If you
I don't
prefer to
think
have it
that's-
on the agenda next month, we'll do that.
I prefer that as well.
Thank you so
So do
much.
I.
Okay, moving on to payment of bills. Do I have a motion? To approve operating expenses of $215,894.19 and payroll expenses of $280,413.20 for a monthly expense total of $496,307.39.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? I will call trustees. Trustee Makula,
No comments.
trustee Schoenfeld.
I do have a comment. In terms of checks, Greg and Cindy, reviewing them, I spoke to you, Cindy, and referenced a little more description on them so we can understand exactly what we are actually having expenses for. So if we could add just like the date and terms or month periods when they're actually being paid, or materials, what type of materials we're paying. So just there's a little clarification in terms of actual signing the checks.
Yes, I was briefly able to discuss that with Lisi, but Greg and I have not had a chance to talk
Okay.
about that, but
But thank you.
we will talk about it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Trustee Rosansky?
Yes, and I would appreciate it if you let me say everything I have to say. I bought my house 40 years ago. I and my family have always felt safe in this community. And now, the new regime decided to have police here. And we had them at many of our board meetings. I called the chief of police because we were not informed about why they were here. And I asked him, who requested this? He told me, President Carolyn Derblick. I also asked, who is responsible for the payment? And he proceeded to tell me that depending if the police can be spared from that shift, they will cover it. However, if they cannot, they ask police to be overtime, and at time and a half, the library is responsible for paying them. I asked, are there any meetings we are responsible for paying for? And was told yes, two, which at that time, which was, I believe, Monday I talked to him in the morning. We hadn't received a bill. And I have since been told we did receive a bill. My concern here is this is something no board member, president or otherwise, has the right to do. Arrange for purchase or services without the consent of the complete board. Therefore, in the future, I would hope that we are communicated with better than we have been. The only way, and I have a feeling she found out through somebody that I talked to the chief, today she decided to answer our emails and say, yes, I requested them. And so, granted, that isn't up for payment now, but Carolyn has spent a lot of money that people don't realize for things that in no way benefit the taxpayers or the residents who use this facility. She has purchased, she goes to the lawyer constantly. All our FOIAs go through the lawyer. She contacted the police. I'm not even going to talk about who we're listening to today. But she's also spent $100,000 for a year for an accounting firm when we have an accounting team in-house that is an awarded accounting team. There is no necessity for this, and I just want the taxpayers to know that the money she says she's saving everybody, they're going to cut everything. If she keeps spending like this, we will not make our budget. Thank you.
Okay, and Trustee Rosansky, in response to your comment regarding having police presence, when I received concerns from the majority of the trustees and from residents about the unsafe environment in our board meetings, and they're afraid to come here, they requested that something be done, and they weren't comfortable with the security that is provided by the library. So after numerous calls, and let's face it, these meetings were unbelievable, so unsafe, people swearing and screaming, outbursts, protesting. That's not the normal way a board meeting should be facilitated. So it's my responsibility to make sure that I maintain decorum, and when people are concerned about their safety, I'm responsible for that. That's the reason why the police have been at certain board meetings.
Seriously, talking on the phone or email or however you communicated with the other board members, you did not contact us. We had no knowledge. It wasn't until today that you owned up to it. This should have been brought up at a board meeting and voted on. You cannot spend money without the whole board knowing what you're spending money on.
The president's responsible for
Oh,
the decorum
baloney.
of board
You
meetings.
are just like every other board member. Yes, you're responsible for things, but you're also supposed to bring it in front of the whole board.
4 trustees were concerned about their safety.
And nobody knew about this because did it come in front of the board?
Were you
No.
surprised? Were you surprised that our meetings were out of control and
That's
people were
because of what you
swearing?
guys are doing. That's the whole
Exactly.
reason
Okay,
for
it
it.
I
doesn't
felt
matter.
perfectly safe, and I wasn't escorted to my car, like the other 4 who voted or did some kind of backroom thing to say we should have the police.
Okay, in response to your comments, the police protection are here because they were necessary for 2 other meetings, and they're here tonight. So are there any other comments, trustee, are you
Are
finished?
they being paid overtime tonight? Are we responsible for paying them tonight? I would like to ask one of the officers.
Well, I know we pay them, they don't come here for nothing.
No, they do. I was told they do.
Well, if they're
they to be-
detail, we don't pay for them. If not, we'll get an invoice.
Well, if not, I would like to request to make amendment to send them home right now. If we are paying them,
Absolutely not.
I second.
let's have a roll.
You can't do that.
Yes,
not?
we can.
So that's,
No, you can't.
Patty, that's
You can't
also
just
not on the
spend money
agenda.
without bringing it in
You
front
can't
of
make
the
a
whole
Well,
motion
if you would learn
that's
how
not
to
on the
behave and
agenda.
Oh,
maintain
get over it, Carolyn.
your friends that come here, we wouldn't have them here in the
They're
first
not
place.
my friends, Carolyn. I put up forth a motion that I would like to ask the police to leave if we're paying them overtime right now.
I don't see how that
So
motion.
Patty, I don't think that you can vote on that because it's not on the agenda. You can't have a
Okay, fine.
motion that's not on the agenda.
Then I would like it put on the agenda for next month that we discuss the police presence.
Hopefully, we may not need police presence
Well,
next month, based on how tonight
We don't
goes.
need them tonight.
Well, I don't know, the night's still young.
Oh, God. What do you plan, Carolyn?
Maybe that should be a clue to change your attitude and to change your methods of operation.
Well,
Okay.
she is
All
on
right,
the police.
thank you for your input. Are there any more comments regarding payment of the bills?
I think it's Trustee Olson's turn. Or Patty, are you done?
I'm done, go ahead.
What are you asking?
Do you have any
If you
comments
have
on
any
the bill?
comments on the bill.
What line item?
Okay, enough.
Public comment is
All
over.
right, please maintain, please.
I never.
All right, enough.
I'm sorry, but don't complain the tape, don't play the tape.
All
Public
right,
comment
no more
is over.
comments, please. Who's, the next trustee that is willing or has comments, please? May proceed.
I believe it's my turn.
Okey-doke.
Well, just to ask about this, where does the money for the police come from, what line item?
It doesn't. There isn't one.
Carolyn, I'm asking.
There's,
Oh, I don't
there's a
know. I
line
couldn't
item
review
called
it.
trustee expense.
Oh, is that the money that we noticed was spent out of the trustee expense?
Trustee expense.
Oh, okay, that's a good line item.
I got you. No other comments.
I believe it was $3,000 that was in the budget for that.
Thank
Yes,
you.
but not for police.
That's for professional development.
And
No, it wasn't.
you know what, excuse me, Joe, you don't know what it's for, and it should, if it was being used for police, it should have been voted on, and it wasn't. So next month, we will discuss this. Thank you. And do not request police for next month, please.
Well, I didn't know we could
This
take
is-
money out of any account
Oh,
and
yeah.
spend it the way we want. Look,
If we were Joe,
this
yeah,
is
why
just
not?
ridiculous.
Okay, you know what, could we maintain some professionalism in this board meeting?
Go ahead.
Trustee Olson, are you
I'm
finished?
finished, thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Keen Adams?
Yes, thank you. Just to clarify, you're saying that 4 out of 7 of the board members wanted to have the police here, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I have to agree that that should have been brought to the board, even if 4 out of 7, that's not the whole board. That kind of money, any kind of money that's gonna be spent needs to be brought to the board, not just made a decision on your own. Also, yeah, I have some questions about bills and some comments on bills. But while we're on the topic of the police, their bill for those 2 meetings is $862.23. One of those, I mean, it's over $40 an hour for any of them. So, and having them here tonight now is gonna definitely bring that over $1,000 of money that is not going towards anything that the patrons are getting out of it.
Could you repeat that? How much money is being spent on policemen?
So the bill for the 2 meetings in July is $862.23
For 2 weeks in July?
for 2 meetings in July. I'm wondering, where is the bill for Heinzelman Law this month? We didn't get an invoice for that. Carolyn, do you have any idea where that is?
No, I don't
It hasn't
handle
come in
accounts
yet?
payable or accounts receivable.
Becky, it hasn't come in yet.
I know it hasn't come in yet. Thank you. I'm just wondering why, because it's stated in her documents that she gave us in her contract that she bills at the beginning of the month. Are you listening, Carolyn?
Again, I don't handle accounts payable or accounts receivable.
I'm not asking you that. I'm
So I
asking you
can't
if you
answer your
heard what I
question.
said.
I can't answer your question.
I'm not asking you a question. I'm saying, did you hear what I said?
I hear everything you say.
What did I say?
I'm not gonna sit here.
She is supposed to
And go
give us
through
her
this.
invoice at the beginning of the month.
Oh dear goodness, I mean, is that your biggest concern with all the things we should be doing
No,
for this
it's not,
library?
but
You're
that's
worried
one
about
that I
getting a
want to make
bill?
sure you hear.
You know what, if you could try just to take this meeting to a little more mature level, we could probably do a lot more for the library.
If you would just respond, then we would be
What do you
past
want
this
me to
already.
say? You're upset someone didn't send a bill. What am I supposed to say?
Say, okay, thanks for letting me know.
I'll look
I don't even
into
think
it.
the comment's worth making.
Well, that's
So
your
I don't
opinion.
wanna thank you for it, but please, it's your turn to talk.
Yep.
By all means, do so.
I will. So we do not have a bill from the lawyer. Last month, her bill was over $13,000. So I'm going to assume that this month it will be about the same, if not more. I'm also wondering why we don't have a bill from Mr. Yassel for the services and the time that he spent making his recommendations. Any comment on that?
No, I'm not here to comment. I'm just here to listen to your comments.
Okay. I went through the box of checks after Suzanne and Joe did, and there were some Post-it notes on there. One of them was, there was a Post-it note on the check for the Culver Library, or I'm sorry, the Culver parking lot. And then there was another check that had a Post-it on it, and it was for a gentleman, I'm not sure, I don't remember what his name was, but it is for a program that is going to happen in September. And the Post-it note said to hold that check, and I'm wondering, Joe, why that check needs to be held.
Because the program is gonna be at the end of September, and we'll issue and sign the check in September, not in August, 60 or 45 or 50 days ahead of the performance.
Okay, so wouldn't that be something that we should talk about as a board and not just push under on your own?
I think you're misunderstanding who signs checks. That's not your position.
I was
He's
the
the
treasurer,
officer.
and
He's the
technically, we
ex-
should talk about the rules
I'm
here.
not finished, okay? The
Finish.
officers have positions, and those positions grant them the authority to handle their duties. He signs checks along with the secretary, and they decide how that's handled. You can ask all the questions you want, but you can't intervene or change their process. You are a trustee, they are elected for those particular duties.
There's not 100% chance that that person is gonna perform for that program. And it doesn't matter if we pay them in August ahead of time and maybe they don't show up or something happens, then we pay them in September. We didn't tear up the check just will be sent out next month when it's closer to the point of performance. That's all.
Can I make a comment just to clarify? Okay, so that, our normal practice is to cut the check And then hold it until after the program.
Okay.
So that was an unusual event that that particular check got in the bin early. It would not have been sent until after the program. That's our practice.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, so
And-
it didn't matter that
and
it can wait another
We do know it's
month.
policy and not just Joe. Thank you for clarifying.
It can wait another month to be signed, because normally they are signed at the board meeting right before the program. So,
Thank you. I don't think that it hurts to ask questions like that and make sure that we are doing what we are supposed to be doing, which is the purpose of my question.
yeah, that's fine.
So I don't have any more questions, but I have a couple comments. There are a lot of monies that we're not going to be receiving because of what's happening here. For example, the per capita grant, we most likely are not going to be able to get that if we cannot meet our hours. That's $70,000. There were 2 grants that 2 staff members spent a lot of time preparing that were due on August 15th. One was the Expanding Digital Inclusion Grant, the purpose of which is to address the digital divide that was exposed during COVID. That was a $10,000 grant we would have possibly have been able to get. The other one was the Bouncing Back Grant, which purpose of that grant is to assist in providing resources to their local workforce. That one was worth $12,000. So for those 3 grants, we are now losing $92,000. Those 2 grants were brought to the director for approval to submit, and somehow it got to Joe, who said, no, absolutely not, do not submit those grants.
Okay, if I could clarify that too.
Please.
It's a bit of a misrepresentation.
Okay?
Okay, so the grants, I sent the grant notice to the supervisors to see if anybody was interested in the grants. They were interested in applying for the grants, and they spent time. It was a short deadline, and they were due on the 15th, so they spent quite a bit of time, but it was very compact time. I wasn't comfortable submitting them because I don't know the process, particularly with the new board. I called Trustee Makula and asked him to stop by to talk about the grants, and he did, and I don't want to speak for you, Joe. Would you like to comment on what your position was?
My comment was, I didn't want to approve them unless we could have the whole board, and as of the date that we were discussing it, we had like 3 hours to
Yeah,
make
it
a
was
decision or something.
very last minute, and I didn't want to put him in that position. I felt it, now I know they need to come to the board. It was a very short time frame on those grants, so.
Why do they need to come to the board?
I think,
Well, I mean, it's
just a
spending money.
request
right?
for
It's
money.
not spending
And
money,
it's
I'm
Money
asking.
we don't owe anybody back. It's free money. To me, it would be kind of like a no-brainer. If there's a grant that we're eligible for, we should put in for it because that is more money.
And that's the way it's always been.
And yes, although I know some of your people have said we shouldn't go according to the way things used to be.
And I don't know how it used to be, okay, because we don't really apply for a lot of grants, in my experience. But anyway, so I wanted clarification on it, and we just didn't have the time to do that.
one of the grants was to put in some, we have, 230 computers, to pay for some additional computers in the event that we had somebody, some AARP or somebody else came in next year to assist people with their income taxes. But my thinking, I don't think it was $10,000 or $12,000. I thought that one was for $3,000. But anyway, we could,
Excuse me.
we could utilize the computers we have here for that same purpose. We have computers that we're not using.
So taxes require privacy, so we would need something that would go into a private room. So they couldn't do tax preparation within a public space, if that makes sense.
Well, we have the passport room, we have the study rooms downstairs.
So we would need a mobile computer to go into that computer. We couldn't use the existing computer infrastructure. Just wanted to clarify.
Well,
And Susie, that was $12,000, that one, right? Or is that the 10? Yeah.
Okay, if I can just recap, so apparently there were 2 grants that were due very quickly, and apparently there wasn't much instruction or direction or support to get those 2 grants accomplished. So is that why they didn't go out? Is that what we're saying here?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying the time frame was very short.
Okay.
And I wanted input from the board, and it wasn't time to get it on an agenda.
Okay.
Because the time between finding out about it and needing to submit it was very short.
Okay.
So, going forward,
Mhm.
you know,
It's our
3
time
want
to
it to be submitted, and
It should be
3 want it
submitted.
come to the board, so, yeah, we're looking for direction.
Okay, totally, I totally understand. I guess what I'm concerned about is, are these 2 grants that we've utilized in the past, or are these just new grants just for this year?
New grants, right?
What difference does it make?
Specifically ARPA funds, they are federal funds from COVID relief that we were applying to for the state.
So you're aware of them? You were aware of these grants that you was trying to,
So this is money that the state has gotten from the federal government. for
Right.
COVID relief, and we were each given a chance to, the deadline, as Cindy stated, was very short, but we had been working on them for about a week and a half, to put something together, because it is money on the table from the state.
so the deadline was short, so they couldn't be completed, or you didn't?
were completed. I wasn't comfortable submitting them
Okay,
without.
okay, I understand, and it's unfortunate, and we'll do better next year. But I do have a question about the per capita grant that Trustee Keen Adams brought up.
So the per-
You claim that due to the per capita, because of the per capita grant, or the way our library is functioning, that we won't be eligible for it?
I think that we are in jeopardy, yes.
What specifically is the reason that you think we're not
I'll
eligible?
let Patty handle that, she has
I have that
documentation.
information because I called the Illinois Library Association
Okay.
and got the information. And here.
No, I just want an answer to my
here,
question.
Look at this and we'll discuss it.
I don't want to read a whole Bible.
Well,
Why
I
are
don't
we
care,
ineligible?
because this explains it.
Why
This
are we
was-
ineligible? Very simple. I
Why?
was
Because
told,
we are open too few hours.
okay, now, if you read the manual from the, what is it, Illinois Public Library Standards?
Thank you.
They recommend the minimum hours a library should be open is 15.
It depends on the population.
So
It depends
we
on the population.
are well over 15.
No, it depends on the population, and if you look at, oh, excuse me, can I have one of those back?
Sure.
I handed mine. If you look at this, we fall, because I talked to the assistant director of the ILA, and she asked if I please would email the questions. I did, and I received this back with this attachment. The attachment is a graph that shows minimums depending on your population.
Mm-hmm.
On the front, it will explain our population range, and we should be working towards being open 72 to 75 hours. However, if we went according to Olivia's recommendation, her first one, being open 70, we did get the per capita grant at 70 hours. And my concern with this, and I wasn't going to bring it up until we talked budget, is because Joe already put the per capita grant in the budget, and we might not get it.
So are these mandatory
No, this is-
requirements or
This is recommended, the state of
They're
Illinois
recommended.
law, the
They're
laws,
Recommended, their least amount
No,
This is
they're
not the s-
recommended, we're fine.
this is not the
Oh,
law.
We're fine.
If
It's
we
not a
don't
law.
get it, it's because of you, Joseph.
It's not a law, it's recommended, that was the word I needed. Okay, are there any more comments, or can we move on?
No, I have more.
Okay, please.
Please don't rush me,
Continue.
Carolyn. So I have actually, just a little sheet here that I made up. So I do have that $92,000 as the first line, as monies that we will most likely not, well, definitely the grants we're not getting. And the per capita comes to 92,000 on monies that we're most likely not gonna get. And then I have another category for money spent on board meetings, et cetera. AV equipment that we spent in May. We spent $670.79 in May on microphones already. So these microphones are all new. Is there a comment?
If you pay attention to the videos, of our board meetings, you can barely hear us.
I just said they
They're
were new. I
horrible.
didn't mention anything about the quality of them.
Well, that's important, you might wanna include that, since we're making all these statements that make it look like these are fabulous.
We didn't say they were fabulous.
But you're not saying what's wrong with them. Again, we misstate the facts.
We didn't get to
My
that
fact
part
was
of the
that we
discussion.
spent $670.79 on microphones. That was my fact. So that's one money that we're spending. If we pass the recommendations of Mr. Yassel tonight, that's another $11,000. I'm guessing what his bill for us is because we haven't gotten one yet, but I know he spent 2 hours according to this. So that's $200. I'll throw in another $100 for a total of $300. The police were $862. And then the money that we've spent on lawyers since May, for Heinzelman, $26,000, for Kleinthorpe and Jenkins, $16,123. We also are going to have to pay, because you guys refused to pay the $33,000 to DEC, they are going to charge us, or want to charge us, a 1% interest fee of $330. And there was a lot of back and forth with Mr. Walsh, the lawyer, on how to handle that, so that's another $1,330.
I think, isn't it more than that? Because I looked at all of the emails, and there was a stack this thick. I would tend to say it's probably closer to 2,000 we're gonna hold a lawyer for that.
I would strongly recommend, rather than sit here and make
One for everyone.
I wasn't allowed to
opinions or
take it out
personal,
of the room.
in response to all these comments, it would benefit the board and the patrons that are here if you would use factual data when you're making comments or suggestions, rather than giving everyone your opinions, because it's all misleading.
That's your opinion.
That's your opinion.
Nothing you stated is
facts.
factual.
It is absolutely.
The $800 and some dollars for the police is
I
factual.
have the police bill right here, it's a fact.
No, you're sitting there saying, I think it's gonna cost this much, or I'm
No,
gonna
she
add
knows
another.
for a fact.
Okay,
that's
you know
what-
what? Ms. Rosansky, can you please refrain from interrupting?
Can you quit banging the damn
No, I,
gavel?
So the reason that I don't have factual numbers for some of these items is because we have not received the invoice. Whenever possible, I provided actual numbers.
it would be best if you only provide information when it's factual.
Well, I was not able to do that because we have not received some invoices
But
yet.
your opinions and
So
your
this is-
assumptions are causing problems.
No, what problems are they
unnecessarily.
causing? Where's the problem?
We can't base any decisions on
There is no
hearsay and
decisions.
opinions.
We're not making any decisions.
Thank you for your comments.
So I have provided this for all the board members, and it does state on here whether they are estimates. And I'm not claiming that I know those numbers for a fact, but the other ones are facts, so. My comments are that we are, that was really professional. $148,000, $148,394.02 is basically what this board has cost us since May. There you have it.
Okay, thank you, you're finished. Are you finished?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Moving forward, I would hope we never experience board meetings like we did in the past 2 months in the future. And that would definitely eliminate the cost to have protection for anyone. So that's one of the issues. And moving forward, if we could try to only express factual information to the public and not cause all this alarm and this heightened anger, we would also not need police protection. But I'd like to hope that we're moving forward to a more positive direction than we've been in the past.
You can really influence
Can I
that
just say,
yourself, Carolyn,
can
so
we-
get on it.
Pardon
Can I
me?
just make a comment? Can we vote on whether we want police protection? Because we never got
No,
a
they
chance to
can't
do
be this
that.
meeting, we were just told it hasn't been on the agenda.
Oh.
That has to be next meeting.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay, if there is no further discussion, I believe we need to take a roll to pay for the payment of bills.
I do have a question. How are we gonna pay for that Culver parking lot bill when we don't have it in the budget?
because of the appropriation line of the budget, you'll be able to.
That wasn't very good planning.
Well, holding on to that parking lot wasn't very good planning, so hopefully we can do
Well, I
better
had
going
nothing to do
forward.
with that, so.
disagree with that.
Okay, may we please take a roll for the payment of bills?
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rosansky?
Since I don't want to be like Joe and say not to pay one of the bills that cost us lawyer fees, yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keen Adams?
Yes.
Okay. And the next order of business, number 7, discussion of budget and appropriation ordinance 21-03. Okay, we are now open for discussion.
Don't have a motion, so it can't be discussed.
Oh, I didn't motion, my apologies. May I have a motion? Oh, it's a discussion, there's no vote.
To discuss the budget, right on, because hopefully it's already passed?
It's an item just, well, because the budget was,
This was voted on last month and passed,
Mhm.
subject to the numbers being inserted, and so the numbers, Joe and Greg met and determined the numbers, and so the numbers are in there. There's a sheet on your table that explains the changes in the numbers, okay? It's titled Ordinance 2103.
I reviewed the information there, and I believe it's correct.
okay,
Oh, that's this. I'm assuming.
The budget amount corrected would be $6,290,029 after the Hanushek amendment.
Yeah, I have it.
okay, do you have any more, Joe? Are you finished?
That's what the numbers are.
Okay, trustee Schoenfeld, did you have any comments?
No comment.
Trustee Rosansky?
Yes, I do. My concern here is we're not going to make this budget because the per capita grant is in there, and there's no guarantee we're going to receive it from the information I got from the ILA. Thank you.
Trustee Olson?
Could you please tell me who Peter Mato reduction, what's that? Peter, I'm sure, I don't know, remember who that is.
Are you asking
If you go
Cindy?
on going back to the budget workshops, the department list included Mr. Model, but he had already left. So it was an inaccuracy in the workshop document,
Okay,
and we discussed it at the workshop,
okay,
so that needed to come out.
thank you.
Okay, so the per capita grant is in there, right, Greg?
Yeah, the per capita grant was put in at, I believe it was 71,605. And subsequent to that, we received notice from the state that the new per capita grant number is approximately 84,000 or 85,000. It's an odd number. They increased the amount per person in the district, I think, from $1.25 to $1.3750 or something like that. So however that math works. So it's a little bit understated, but that's okay. We can be over in revenue.
So that per capita grant is coming. We already have notice of it. I've spoken to the Illinois State Library, and that check is coming from the comptroller. So if you remember, in Susan's presentation, she was more concerned about next year's per capita.
Yeah.
But it is in this budget, the per capita grant is in.
So the money will be there, that
Yes.
is in the budget. Okay, I was concerned.
Thank you.
So are we on trustee Olson?
No comment.
Okay, trustee Keen Adams.
I just want to clarify, Greg, maybe you can clarify this for me. This ordinance 2103, the new one that we have tonight, this is for 66 hours? Or is this,
So what I did was I added, from the original budget that was delivered to the board on May 19th, there were two reductions in salaries. The first was to eliminate the amount of hours and money associated with it that related to vacancies that we had put into the budget. That amount, I think, ended up being about somewhere between 8,000 and 9,000 hours, which is roughly at the levels that we were talking at for roughly about 150,000 or thereabouts. Then there was a second reduction that came on June 14th, which was about $450 or so thousand dollars, and that was the amount that that's the amount that the budget was reduced further with other cuts as well, and that was handed out to us on the 14th. So what I did was I added back the amounts of the second cut, less the amounts associated for Peter Model, who was terminated from the time, between the time the original budget was delivered on the 19th and any budget discussions. So, you know, it was brought up during the workshops, but the numbers had not been adjusted. The original budget was put together assuming a 70 hours of open hours for the week. That's what we were working toward. We were at 70 prior to the pandemic. We shut down to 0 for a while and then gradually reopened and increased the number of hours over time. And the plan was for September of 2021 to be fully open at 70 hours, and that's what the budget contemplated. The way that I look at it is if you take the amount of hours that represent the vacancies of roughly, let's call it 8,500 hours. I don't have the exact numbers right in front of me. But if you take that off of the total number of hours, and then we're down to an amount of hours and money that represents a lesser amount than 70 hours of open hours per week. I don't know if that helps you. I could provide an analysis
No, that's
if
okay.
you're interested.
Thank you. No other comment?
You're talking staff hours, correct?
Yeah, I mean, from, you know, all grades, all staff.
Okay, I understand.
Becky Keen Adams, is that, do you have more?
No, I said that was all.
Okay, thank you. I had a question. Greg, you mentioned that this budget was created on 70 hours, and we are at 64 hours, and I'm trying to...
I believe we're at
No, we're at
66.
66 hours instead of 70. And I'm trying to understand where the adjustment would occur in all the numbers now. Because if the budget was created on a 70-hour schedule and we're at a 66-hour schedule, I would think the budget would need to be adjusted for that.
But the budget was adjusted when we pulled the vacancies out. As a matter of fact, since then, we've lost several more hours. We've had, you know, since the original delivery of the budget, if you reduce the number of, if you reduce it by the number of vacancies, and then the 6 departures that we've had since then, that's another 8,000 hours that the budget goes down. And all told, we're down to about 125,983 hours, or 64.6 full-time equivalents to operate without doing any replacements. If you look at the Illinois standards, based on the maturity of the library as an established library, and using 58,000 people in our service area, we should have 73.5 full-time equivalents and 143,325 hours.
So
You know-
that's another part of the per capita grant that we're not gonna meet.
Yeah, I don't know how they
Yeah,
adjudicate
okay.
that.
Okay, so I think your explanation is strictly about staffing. You're talking about staffing that are no longer here and that's decreasing hours. I'm talking about a budget that was created, an entire budget.
Right, so
On a
the,
70-hour
so this,
premise. And since the library is now open at 66 hours, I'm thinking of all the budget line items. I'm not only concerned about staffing. And the staffing levels changed when Olivia's amendment was passed last month. So that's the salary line item. I'm thinking of all the other aspects of the library. How do I see a difference between a 70-hour budget and now compare it to a 66-hour budget? I didn't see any decreases in any other line items.
well, two things. First of all, Olivia's motion only was directed toward staff numbers, and that's what we did. And second of all, there's a lot of costs in the library that aren't going to flex based on the number of open hours. Liability insurance for one. Workers' comp will a little bit based on the amount of wages that are paid, but that's not something that you'll see until we get audited, which we get every year. The utility expense is something that goes on and on and on. You always have to heat the building, you always have to cool the building. The expenses associated with materials expenditures, for example, those were cut. Actually, they were limited in the budget that was handed to us on the 14th of June to, I believe it was the previous year, which was the pandemic year, which had already been cut and was based on 54 hours. So that's already based on 54 hours. I'm just trying to go through expenses in my mind, but a lot of the expenses just simply don't flex just because you're open less hours. People still put holds on books regardless of whether we're open or closed. That's a 24/7 operation, and then we have to supply them. If the demand gets too great, they'll stop asking for them if they have to wait, let's say, 12 weeks to read the latest novel or whatever the case happens to be. So,
Okay. Thank you for that. I still would like to, rather than have you try to think of items, I understand that there are some expenses that will not change very much going from 70 to 66 hours, but I think a budget based on 70 hours and now a budget that is 66 hours must have some differentials, and I'd like to go through the budget with you with that in mind. And Olivia's amendment did have two aspects. She went to 64 hours, or 66 hours, and she was concerned that no staff would lose their jobs. So I believe there's two components to her amendment, but I still am concerned about a budget that was created way back in April or whenever, based on 70 hours, and now we're at 66, and I'd like to sit down with you and see how that does or does not impact the line items.
Greg, can I ask, Is it all right if I ask her the question?
Well, I'm
Okay, go
asking
ahead.
him if
When
we
she's
could get
done,
together
and
and
then get
just,
the budget.
you know, go down the line items and see how that does or doesn't change.
Yeah, I'm at a little bit of a loss because the budget has already been adopted at the last meeting. And the one thing that was going to change were the salary lines. So I just don't know what the further changes would be, or if they'd be allowed, or what action has to take place, maybe
Right.
maybe a motion or something
Well,
like
at
that
this
to
point-
reconstitute it or
Right.
redo it in some fashion. I don't know.
Well, I'll be honest with you, I was unaware that your budget was created on 70 hours until you told me that, just a few days ago. So, and I mentioned to you my concern about that. So we do need to sign off on the budget, but
Mhm.
before we do that, we need to understand where these line items have fallen. They were created for 70 and we're now at 66, so that's something that
Mhm.
caught my attention and that's why I'm bringing it up. And I'd like to sit down with you and maybe we can do it at a time when Sue Schoenfeld's available. We could do it together.
Mhm.
But it is a concern I have now.
Can I ask my question,
Can
please?
we vote on that?
No. Can I ask my question, please? Or
So,
are you finished?
Greg, do you think that maybe we could try to get together and see what we could ascertain?
As you wish.
All right, thank you.
Greg, my understanding was our original budget that Joe prepared was for 54 hours. And all of the cuts were based on being open 54 hours.
Yeah, that's correct. That's what I tried to say.
That's what you tried to say. So
Right.
it's a 54-hour budget, not a 70-hour budget, that we're stretching to 66. Is that not correct?
I think that's correct. So,
So technically, yeah.
so the entire budget that was handed to us was constituted based on a 54-hour open week. And Olivia's amendment moved the salary numbers up to, up so that they wouldn't be cut. As Joe mentioned, he and I agree on those numbers.
Okay.
So-
Technically, it's 54 hours.
Yeah,
But
so, I
based
mean,
on not-
said a little,
not 70.
70.
said a little differently,
Been 70.
we have a 54-hour budget where the salary line items were adjusted to 66.
Okay,
And, yeah,
thank you.
Well, again, I'd like to sit down with Greg and rather than assume or ascertain, we'll go through the budget that was created on 70 hours and see what line items fell at what
It was
number.
54, he just told you, 54.
No, that's not what the entire budget was based on. Every line item wasn't affected by 54 or 66 hours. But the point is the budget was initially created on 70 hours. We just want to review
Are
it.
you trying to reduce the budget even more now?
I'm
Carol?
trying to understand the budget before I sign off on it.
And can we do that this late in the game?
I believe you.
Because
I
shouldn't it be
already
voted on by the entire board?
I
So does that
believe
mean the
it's already
September
been-
meeting? No, it doesn't. Not if you're changing things, it doesn't. I do not agree if you're going and cutting more off of it. No. The way it is one thing. If you go and reduce it, I vote against it.
Well, I'm not reducing anything. I'm
Well, we'll
asking to
see.
have it explained.
I want it voted on. If she changes anything, again.
It would
I
ha-
thought it was
at the
It would
next
have to
meeting.
be, any kind of change would have to be voted on. I just want to see the data and I want to understand where we are. So
The
that's why
budget's-
I'm asking to meet with him.
The budget's
with
been
Sue.
adopted, and so it's not gonna change as far as,
It can't. That's what I'm saying. It sounded
Right.
to me, what was being said was, it's very likely would be. And I do have an issue with that.
Okay,
Since it's
once
already
again,
been
I'm
voted.
asking to review the figures and we don't need to sign until the 28th, so we won't be late.
I'd like to ask that if this meeting is going to happen with Greg, that it be Diane or Patty or myself that accompanies you.
Pardon me?
if you're going to meet with Greg about the budget, I would like to request that it's either Patty or Diane or myself that accompanies you.
Unfortunately, Sue and I are the ones who are signing, so we would be meeting with him.
No, that's not, you guys have got to stop
Well,
doing
you
that.
don't have to sign until you said the 28th. So this particular meeting could have one of us there.
Okay, again, you are not an elected officer. We are, and this is our duty and our
How is
responsibility.
it the duty of the secretary to be in there for that?
She signs that ordinance just like I do. That's
And
why
just
we're
like-
meeting with him.
No. I
Well,
don't,
I'm sorry,
don't
you feel
approve.
that way, but there's nothing you could do about it. So are we moving on? I lost track. Are we, going to the next item? Any more comment on the budget?
I think we moved to trustee reports.
Yeah, it's already
done.
voted on.
I know, I'm
If she thinks
I'm
you're
asking if
offended,
comments
then-
are done. Okay, next item on the agenda, trustee reports. President, let's see, last month I did attend the Korean War Commemoration Memorial on July 27th. It was a well-attended tribute honoring the Korean War veterans. There were many Korean War veterans there in attendance as well as Vietnam veterans. It was held at White Eagle, and they did an amazing job just reflecting on how much those soldiers had done for us. And I thought it was well attended, which makes me feel like people still appreciate their sacrifices. So that's all I have. Trustee Makula. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, trustees are next. So Trustee Makula, do you have anything?
No, I don't.
Trustee Schoenfeld.
Yes, I have something. I'd like to comment that I'm very impressed by Timothy Milifi. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing his name. It's M-E-L-F-I. He made 4 boxes. It was an Eagle Scout project. These 4 boxes are held with books in them at each facility. And there's 4 facilities that these boxes are in, and I highly commend him for doing such a fabulous job. They're at Gulfview, and he attends Niles West High School. He's a senior. He's at, the boxes are in Gulfview, Nico Park, Brennan Heights, and I don't remember the last box, but he did a fabulous job on an Eagle Scout project, and I give him high five for that.
Okay, Trustee Rosansky.
Unfortunately, I had family situations where I couldn't attend the meetings that I was anticipating, so I can't really comment. Thank you.
Trustee Olson?
Yes, I want to tell you that I attended through online rails table, a round table called Succession Planning for Trustees. And I would like to give a report on it next month because actually I was way too overwhelmed with this packet that we have. So I will give a report on it. But any of the rails productions that they offer free of charge to trustees and to library staff is worthwhile. Till next time.
Trustee Olson, can I just ask a question? Do you know if that round table was videotaped?
Yes.
It was?
I
Okay.
believe it was, and I'm
Okay.
awaiting their
Oh, okay.
sending it to me.
Wonderful. I was supposed to participate, but at the last minute, when I clicked on the link, it said it was checking for viruses, and I could not get in, so I missed it.
Okay, so I could send it to you,
Oh,
or I
wonderful.
could send it to
Please.
all the trustees.
Please, thank you so
I assume I'll
much.
send it to Cindy first.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Trustee Keen Adams?
I just wanted to say that the kite the kids received for summer reading was really awesome, and I came in to claim my child's kite, and I did not give it to him yet because I'm keeping it. So, much, not needed, but it was nice to see something different than a t-shirt this year. Thank you.
Okay, next, on our agenda is the treasurer's report, trustee Makula.
Right. July is the first month of the 21-22 budget year. Revenue for this month was $44,443. Salaries for July were $285,393, and employee benefits were $60,314. Total employee compensation was $345,607. Material purchases for July were $96,079, $40,000 over budget. All of that increase is attributable to online databases, most of which were paid in advance annually and expire next July. July operating expense was $55,454. Software license expense and capital grant expenditures were over the amount budgeted and accounted for most of the $7,829 that was over our budgeted amount. General and administrative expenses were $24,184, which is $1,915 less than budgeted. Utility costs for July were $8,321, $325 below budget. There were no capital funds expenditures for July. I believe Dave is working on getting a bid on the blocks in the front to get those repaired or a couple pieces replaced. Building and equipment expense for July was $4,215, $9,680 less than budgeted. Total expenditures for July were $614,915, $21,641 over budget as of the end of July.
Okay, thank you. The next item on our agenda,
Before you leave the treasurer's report, I do want to mention that the annual budget numbers in the column all the way to the right, it's the second column from the right, are the numbers that are reflected in the proposed Ordinance 2103 that has been passed.
okay, thank you, is that correct? Okay, the next item on our agenda is the director's report. Are there any comments? Trustee Makula?
No.
I wanted to make a few comments, is
She
that
hasn't made a
possible?
report yet.
I wanted to make a few comments.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Well, I mean, you can go through about what's in the packet first, and I can comment after if you
Oh,
want.
it's up to you, or
Okay.
maybe you should go first.
Okay.
Thank
Okay. So maybe you had noticed that we have the leaning tower, the big orange leaning tower in the lobby, and that is a miniature sculpture of the leaning tower by artist Juan A. Cano. The artwork was sponsored by a chamber member, Saturn Title LLC in Park Ridge. So they paid to have the tower painted and then donated it to the library for display, rather than have it in their office where not too many people would see it. So that was donated by that chamber member, so that was very kind of them. It is a project of the Village of Niles Public Arts and Culture Advisory Council, and so it's going to, they're still going to bring a plaque for it, but its theme is autism. So just take a look at it, it's very nice. The library highlights, which is going to be the monthly department reports, has been put on the website. So it's on the front page of the website. It's called Library Highlights, and the graphic artist is going to make something artistic to attach to it. But anyway, they are there now, so that more people will be able to see them. We will be hosting the new exhibition commemorating the 20th anniversary of September 11th. The exhibition will run up on the 3rd floor in the gallery, September 1 through October 31. And it was curated by the 9/11 Memorial and Museum and made in part by the National Endowment of the Humanities. So we talked briefly, Greg commented on the staffing update, and I did want to mention that the Assistant Digital Services Department Head has resigned as of August 20th, and this is a full-time librarian position, essential for the department to function. The position is responsible for program coordination, which involves planning technology classes and maker programs, submitting newsletter copy, entering data after the program, and analyzing the results. This position is also responsible for teaching 2 classes per month and leads the department in the absence of the digital services supervisor, which might entail covering absences, answering employee questions, and responding to time-sensitive emails. She works 15 hours a week on the technology desk, and the department, you recall from the workshop, is already down Mr. Modal's position, which is a 30-hour position, and then this person leaving a 37.5-hour position, so I just wanted to make you aware of that. You know, a lot of what goes on down there is very sort of one-to-one. There's a lot of mediation of the equipment. The technology circulation is all done at that desk. They check out material, they receive material, and check the material, so there's a lot of hands-on things that happen down there. So just want to make you aware of that. We've also had 11.5-hour Patron Services Associate 1 employee leave and an 18-hour Patron Services Associate 2 who will be leaving shortly, and the multimedia assistant in marketing for 18 hours is leaving. This slide here.
I'm sorry, is it 3 positions or 2?
Well, with the digital services assistant department head, it is 4. Total of 85 hours a week.
Thank you.
So that is an update there. Thank you.
You're welcome, thank you. And Trustee Shanto?
I have a question about that, if you don't mind. Or, I'm sorry, it's not my turn. Okay.
Trustee Shanto?
Oh, I have no comment.
Okay, Trustee Rozansky?
Yes, I have comments. One, I enjoy getting this in our packet, which now you've decided we have to look at online. And by looking at this, I realize the newsletter is down. We did agree 4 times a month. I mean a year, excuse me, a month. Geez Louise. 4 times a year was fine. But we also had agreed that it would be enlarged to cover all of the programming. 79 entire programs were not able to be featured. I personally have a problem with that. I like looking at this newsletter to figure out what programs. And I know other people have told me the same thing, especially the friends of mine that are seniors. And that to me is a problem. This next issue we have no problem with because it's already done. But in the future, I would like it brought to the size, since we're only doing it 4 times a year, so that we can include all of the programs. Not only that, but as a board member, I think it's very important, and this is the one thing I totally look forward to getting in my packet, because there's a lot of stuff in here pertaining to the residents, and I enjoy reading it. So in the future, I would hope you would allow us to get this again.
I'm happy to put it in your packet if you want it. It's not a
Thank
problem.
Trustee Golson?
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. I really will miss that. I have to look online. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm saying it is posted online, but if you want it in your packet, I can send it along in your packet.
Oh, absolutely. I would love it. I look forward to it. That's the first thing I read when I get my packet. The other question is there a plan to hire these employees that left?
Well, that's the question I have also. I'll call you after this.
Yeah, so if you remember, I believe it was in May, the May 19th meeting, there is policy 4.02, which addresses, I can't remember the title of it. Appointment is titled 4.02, titled appointment. And so it addresses in there about vacancies, and filling the vacancy is a board determination now.
So is it something that we have to put on the agenda for all 4 positions?
Well, I mean, I don't know how the board is going to choose to determine it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really up to you. how
Okay.
you're going to-
Okay.
I
All
have a
right, thank
question
you, Cindy.
pertaining to this. I know for a fact at least one department, no, actually 2 departments, who are already shorthanded, and that concerns me because at this number of hours, they can't afford anybody to get sick, let alone anything else, and just being able to man their desk, let alone giving one-on-one service that so many of them do. And I really would like to know the departments that need this extra help just to keep their departments running. And I would also like to know from the department chairs how many hours they feel, man-hours, they feel they need to cover their department in an appropriate manner where they're not shortchanging any of the residents the service they are used to receiving. Can we get that for next month? Or is there anybody here who could?
Can I ask you what departments are shorthanded?
For one, I know digital services.
All of them.
And what's the other one?
And for the other one, I know I can't remember the name of it.
Well, Cindy would know.
Well, there were 2 vacancies in patron services.
Patron services, thank you.
And what's the other one?
But those aren't the only.
Multimedia and marketing.
Oh, marketing.
I was gonna say, those
Patron
are not the only departments that are short, though, are they?
Well,
I
there
know
were
those 2 are. and
There
I've
were
known they
there are vacancies, remember,
Yes.
the vacancies were not filled, and then,
But do these vacancies allow them to run their departments in a manner that is expected, where they have the desk people and so on? I know for one, those 2 departments are not, because I've talked to people. And in that case, if it's going to affect the service that the residents are used to receiving, especially this one that's just leaving, I feel we should definitely consider voting to replace them. I'm not saying we have to go up to whatever original numbers, but if it affects the running of a department, I think it's very important we consider letting them add those people.
Okay, Trustee Cannon, I'm sorry, did you make comments? Don't
No,
know
not yet.
where we
I think,
stopped. Okay.
We're down 4 positions just since our last meeting. I think that we need to put it on the agenda for next month to discuss how we're gonna approach this, because we're gonna keep losing people, and to be honest with you, nobody wants to come and work here. So we're gonna have a lot of vacancies that aren't gonna be filled, and we need to figure out what we're gonna do. So that definitely needs to go on the agenda for next month, if we can't address it before. I was wondering, I see that there are several supervisors here tonight. Did anyone want to speak to that, or have any comments on that we should be aware of? Not trying to put you on the spot, just trying to give you a chance if you want.
I would like to address the board if I may. So we were down 30 hours
we are down 37 and a half. A assistant supervisor resigned. This is a non-exempt position, right? Am I saying that right? Non-exempt. I cannot pass these positions below based on the union that is coming in, because these are tasks that are assigned at a higher level. So I cannot take these tasks and go lower, because that wouldn't be equitable to their pay rate. So I do need to replace the position. And they are resigning as effective this Friday. So I would love it if we could vote, maybe next month I could present something about voting for replacing this position. It is an essential position in the department. It is so crucial to the way that the department runs. I also have another person in my department going on paternal leave starting in December. That is 12 weeks. So all in all, I will be down 105 hours for the department. If the board is not willing to figure out how to let me replace that, then I would leave it up to the board to decide what services I would cut. Study rooms, computer use, programs, we would have to cut services in order to effectively operate. So I do want that to be mindful. We cannot continue to operate this low of staff. I'm here to answer any questions if you have any.
I have a question. You mentioned that tasks based on the union can't go down, can they go up?
I'm sorry, one more time, Carolyn?
You said based on a union, you cannot take tasks and bring them to a lower level.
Tasks, yes.
Yes, so can the tasks go from the level they're at to a higher level to be accomplished?
So you're saying I should take on another position?
I'm saying the tasks that you can't bring down a level, can you have those tasks go up a level?
So the only person that's above this person is me. So would you
Okay.
like me to take on another job? Is
I
that
don't
what
know,
you're
you know what,
asking?
I think now would be a really good time for all of the departments, because of these positions that are vacant, to provide us with a breakdown of staff, what their tasks are, and how we're functioning today.
So we do
based
have
on-
job descriptions that we provided all of you
No,
with.
it's more than a job description.
But that
Based on-
that is what I'm talking about. It's part of their job description.
Okay, what I'm
I
saying
can't
is-
be, Carolyn, can I say this to you?
I'm
I
trying
can't
to
be
get
in
my
my
sentence
second in
out.
command. So if I am not in the building, whether it's due to sickness or absence, there's no one to be in charge of the department. So I can't take on that job right now. Does that make sense? I can't have both of those jobs.
Only you could tell me what you're capable of doing, but again,
But
back
I
to
can't
my-
be in two places at once, so this person was as
I
Cindy
understand.
stated, in absence, they would be there. So if I go on vacation, there's somebody to respond to, oh, I'm sick, or my car broke down, or whatever.
Sure.
How can I do both of those jobs?
Well, what I've learned is, in a situation like this, until it's resolved, some of us need to take on additional duties just to get through this, and then we can reevaluate where we're headed. But I think more importantly, and I'm not.
But I can't assign that role
and
to a
I'm-
part-timer.
And
I
I'm
cannot.
not asking for job descriptions, I'm asking to identify who is in these departments, who are the staff members, and based on today and what is happening in the library in terms of, I don't know, what is our patron flow? What are the requests from the people that come in the library during this sort of COVID transitional stage? We need to reevaluate what we're doing and who's doing what, and maybe by having a broad look at what every person is doing in your department and all the other departments, we can figure out what we need to do with these vacancies, but we need to start with information.
And
I
we do.
think
We
the
have
best
given
way-
you to that.
The best
Carolyn,
way
you
to-
cannot do
please
this.
don't interrupt me.
Okay.
The
Don't
best
yell at
thing
her.
for me.
Carolyn.
I'm
You want to have
sorry,
professionalism,
I'm sorry.
you have to lead by example. You have
Stop
to lead by
interrupting,
example.
and then maybe others won't.
You have to lead by example.
Exactly, thank you.
So the point I'm trying to make is we need to start somewhere, and everyone has voiced their opinions. I would like to be able to look at a department and say, these are the employees, these are the tasks, these are the vacancies, and what do we need to do to make this work? But I need to see data, I need to see information, and I think that's where we should start, and then move forward. Some people take on additional tasks during crises, some can, some cannot. But I do know, from the positions I've held, sometimes we need to make sacrifices just to figure out where we're headed.
Okay.
And it's not permanently, but I'd like.
Can I respond, Carolyn?
But I'd like to at least get the data.
Can I respond?
Absolutely.
You have the data. You have the job descriptions for my entire department. Greg has provided you with every person's name, their exempt status, how many hours they work. You have all of that information. You have access to all of that. I am telling you that this is an assistant department head. It is spelled out in their job description that they are my person when I am not in the building. I can't do that job, nor can I assign it to a part-timer who's in a different grade level. That would be, if you run this by the lawyers, they would not allow that because they are at a different grade level. The assistant supervisors are at a different grade level than the librarians. You have access to this information. You have the data.
No, I do not have the data.
You don't have the job descriptions for the entire
A
library.
job description is not what I'm looking for.
What are you looking
I'm
for?
I'm asking a.
You have the grade levels, the pay, you have everything for these jobs. There is nothing that I am telling you that you do not have.
I do
Yeah,
not have the
You know what,
data
I have
that-
not seen exactly what the job function is. What do they
That's in the
actu-
job description. That is what we gave the
It-
unions. That is exactly what they do. It is spelled out in their
It
job description.
I haven't seen anything that shows their tasks.
That has the tasks, it has their essential functions. And this person is a program coordinator, the assistant department head. They serve in my absence. They do these things. I need that for the department to survive. I also need a certain number of hours to make the desk work.
What about this possibility? Why can't, we've got 89 employees here. Why can't we move somebody up
Wait,
to
how
that
many
position?
employees do we have here?
He said 89.
Okay, please let's not interrupt her. We will never get a
You would
complete
like me to
sense.
move what?
Why can't we move somebody, is that a 3.5 level job?
So there's assistant department heads in each department.
Why,
There's one in every department. There's only
right,
4,
right.
5.
Why can't we advertise that job locally within the library and see if somebody wants to take that job?
I would love that. So then who's going to replace that person's position?
Maybe there's not needed in that position.
So if you take somebody from my department who would love to move up into that role,
No, I'm
would you
saying
be
bring them-
willing to
bring-
consider replacing that person's position?
Maybe that person is not.
Is not
may-
needed?
Maybe because we have nobody, hardly any children coming in at this time.
But I
Maybe
don't
somebody
serve children,
in the
Joe.
child's department.
Joe, I serve digital services, which is adults using the computers downstairs. Mary is a patron of mine. I serve seniors. I serve adults. I do not serve. Ariane is sitting here. She is a person that serves children at the computers. I do not serve children downstairs.
What we're trying to say is we want the numbers, how many actual students come
I
in
don't
the
have
facility.
students, Suzanne.
The point being is, how can you justify having a person here if you don't have the numbers to
I do have the
regulate it?
numbers. The day after the blackout and the storm at Niles, we were swamped.
How many students? Do you have
I don't have
paperwork in
students,
terms of
Suzanne.
that?
I serve
You need to
adults.
have statistics.
I serve adults. I serve your friends. I
The
serve a
point
number of your
being-
friends.
The point being is, you need numbers. You can't
I
just
do
pull
have numbers.
rabbits out of
They're
a
in the
hat.
board packet. It shows how many users are on the computers. If you look at your packet and you look at the comments of everybody who used our space, all of those comments, 90% of them are from my department because we interact with people. We have a higher level of interactions. It is not with students. It is not with teens. It is not with children. It is with adults. It is with
People.
adults struggling to learn technology. That is what we do, and we really need to be staffed up to do that. So I would have really appreciated if you guys took into consideration that we do need this. We will be down 105 hours come December.
Okay, and once again, I'm going to repeat what we need. We need to understand what happens in these departments, not a job description of a litany of tasks. We need specifics. If you have 5 people working in your department, what do they do in a day? What have they, maybe that's what you need.
Maybe
need
you
to
guys
take a
should
week's
shadow
schedule.
them so you can see what they do.
Maybe,
Patty,
and
I would
then,
love to hear what you have to say.
excuse me, I'm still talking.
Excuse me. When she's
So-
done, I do have a question.
If we cannot identify what we're doing in these departments by the staff we have in each of these departments, we can't sit down and reevaluate what the situation is. And it is possible, depending on the levels in the entire library, that if someday you're unavailable to come into the office, or the building, like you said, and this person leaves, you're gonna need someone there. maybe we could job share. Maybe that day, somebody from another department, based on whatever the circumstances are. I mean, this happens in the real world. I don't know why it's so impossible
You
here.
cannot do this with a union, Carolyn.
Okay, the union's not here. I'm trying to work with this library. I'm trying to ascertain what we have, what the loss is, and then let's determine what direction we go in. But we have nothing to look at. I have read numerous job descriptions, and unfortunately, some of them are they're like carbon copies of each other. They're not a good source of me understanding what someone actually does in their job. So that's why I'm asking, with whatever we are in 2021, to provide tasks by the employees to account for their days, and then we can figure out how we're gonna handle this. I understand your head person, I think is that what you labeled her, is leaving, and how essential that is. But there are other positions in the entire library and in your department that we need to get a handle on. So we're asking for that information.
Okay. Patty,
I
are you
have-
done, Carolyn?
Yes,
I
I
would
am.
love to hear from Patty.
Okay, my question
Yes,
is,
you're right.
you said we have this information. Is this not the information we received in these workshops where everybody gave us a packet like this?
Yes.
So we do have the information if you go back to your workshop material.
That's not the information I'm asking for.
Well, then maybe you should look at your workshop
I already did. I
materials.
went through all of it. That's not what I'm looking
You didn't know
for.
about this. Maybe you should look at the workshop materials and then
I looked at the
call
workshop
Suzie and
during
ask
the
her.
workshop, and that's why we decided that we would like more information so we can understand the functions in the department.
Can
This
we
isn't-
take a vote on whether or not we need more information? I make a motion that we take a vote to see if we need more information for this vote.
Okay, I believe what's the agenda item we're on?
I just want to say, does anybody else have any other questions?
Yep.
Diane?
No,
No. Becky?
Yeah, I have some observations and a question. One observation is that it's really, I may be shameful, I don't know, it does not feel good to me as a trustee to have an employee standing here fighting for her department. It's a shame. It's a real shame, and I'm sorry that you have to do that. Another observation is that although you're standing here telling us who you serve, 2 trustees can't understand that you don't serve children. You should already know that. She shouldn't have to be telling you that. My question is, Carolyn, if you would like something different from them, maybe you need to explain it in a different way, because none of us are understanding what it is that you want. And even better, maybe you can give an example, a written document of maybe a made-up job, or what your job is, or something, and give us an example of what it is you want them to produce, because I don't understand what you want, so I don't know that they can either.
Well, maybe simply it would be a schedule of tasks that they can just, they can each list their tasks for an entire week, and then we'll get an idea what these staff members are doing.
Here's another observation. It is not the job or responsibility of the Board of Trustees to be on top of that. That is the job of the director, and that is stated in our trustee manual.
In order for us to make a determination, we need to understand how the library functions.
We shouldn't even
don't
be
have
making
that
this
information.
determination.
maybe there's a problem.
Hiring is really the job of the director, not the Board of Trustees. We hire the director is in charge of all the other
Okay.
hiring.
We approve the hiring. If we can't justify hiring, it doesn't get approved. I'm trying to come up with a solution here.
Seriously? I don't see where the issue is. She has explained, we have gotten a written explanation of what this job description is. The fact that it is the second highest grade level in her department, and because of that, nobody else can do it, because you can't take a lower grade level and put it on upper level work unless you promote them. So I don't know, how much more does it have to be spelled out for you, Carolyn?
Well, actually, data on paper is better than opinions and comments.
Oh, yeah.
So
Just
can you please
like
provide a
voting-
document that is similar to what you would like them to give you?
I just explained.
No, can you
List
provide a
their tasks
document?
On
You
a
were
daily
too
basis.
vague,
Can you
Carolyn.
provide it?
Would you
Give
like
them
a
an
task
example to
map
work
of this
with.
position?
No, I'm not concerned about this position. I'm concerned about your entire department and the staff that you have and what their function is on a daily basis for a week, and then also
That's
include
ridiculous.
the
You want
vacancies you have.
hour by
So we
hour?
can, well,
So-
I mean, you have to account for your time. I don't know how a
Carolyn,
library
That's
functions.
their
Can I ask you
supervisor's
one
job,
question?
not ours.
Have you ever even been to her department?
Yes.
I am there weekly.
Patty is there all the time.
Good
And I
for
can
you.
tell
I
you.
work,
I
I'm sorry.
never, well, you could go off hours, you can go in the evening, I've done that when I was working. No matter what time I go in there, there are people at the computers, and
Yes.
majority of them, like my friend here that I personally have met down there, are seniors, and they do need one-on-one. I need one-on-one, I'm sorry, I'm not a technical genius. That's the main reason I go down there besides the workshops. So this is a department where you need a lot of one-on-one. To say, oh, tell me, today, oh, I did one-on-one for 15 minutes with so-and-so. I did one-on-one with,
Carolyn, I also did present to you and the board, Suzanne and Joe. You were there, I presented for an hour and a half about my department, about what digital services does.
Right.
And what we are as a department. And I am taking the opportunity to learn about each one of you guys, and I would really welcome the opportunity for you guys to learn. This is a really important part of my department. So I am asking you to consider it, that it is something that we do need to replace. The department will not function, and it will cease to function, and so if you're not going to replace, then we need to cut things. So you need to go and figure out what we make a priority and what we decide to discard. Was it study rooms? Is it computer usage? Is it help for seniors? You know, what are we going to discard? Because we can't continue to function at the level we are when we're down 100 hours.
So if you could please provide me all that information?
No, I don't think-
In terms of daily
What would you
tasks?
like? I have a task
Well, you
map.
just
Excuse
mentioned-
me,
you
can
just
I say
mentioned
something?
we-
Yes, please.
Excuse
We
me.
support our seniors, we, you know, all these things that your department.
So
Yeah,
I provided all of this in the budget
That's the
workshop.
budget program.
What I'm asking, because now you're missing people to get an understanding of what is actually taking place, like for an entire week, every day. How
No.
many people are your staff helping or assisting?
So
How
that
many-
is all in your budget
No,
packet,
that's
but
not
that
the-
you received to this, I'm confused, Carolyn. So the number
I
of
want
computer
a
usage, hold
weekly-
on, can you not interrupt me while I'm speaking? The number of computer usage is for the monthly, she asked the same thing of me, I'm just asking the same thing of her. The number of computer usage is in the budget packet. The number of study rooms usage per month is in the budget packet. I think the number of questions that we've answered per month is in the budget packet. The number of one-to-ones we've served is in the budget packet. And then I wrote a narrative about what my department does, which is now on the website. So I have those 4 components of information that I have already provided you for just this last month.
Wonderful, okay, that's great.
And
What
that's,
I'm
and that,
asking,
and that's something, so would you like, I guess, to Becky's point, is what else additional can I provide other than what I have provided?
okay, I can answer
Can
that.
I make a comment, please?
I'd like to answer her question. What I'm interested in are the staff members now and how they're affected by those stats. So there's so many, 100 and something of this, so how did that impact one staff member? What did that how many of those people did that staff member assist in even a week?
How are we gonna
That's what I
figure
wanna
that
know.
out?
I mean, a staff member should be able to describe to their director, or I forgot your title, supervisor, you know, or jot down what their day consisted of. So then, when you give me all these numbers
No.
at the end of the month, I could see how it impacted our staff
So you
based
would
on
like
that
the numbers,
information.
would you like the numbers that I provided broken down by each staff member's
No, I'd like your
interaction?
staff members to tell you
No.
on a given
that's
week
not data.
how their day went. And then everything they've done
So
will be
every
noted.
day they write a report on
I
how their
think
day
that the
went.
union might
Well-
have a problem with that.
Not only that, this is total micromanaging.
Well, how do you ascertain what a person does to even value
That's
them
not
and
our
give them a raise?
responsibility.
Okay, can I make my comment
Cindy,
now?
please.
Please do.
So, Susie and I have already started this conversation just a few days ago to gather information. So, you know, if we can just rewind a little bit, there was the comment that you said you wanted department heads to make presentations. So we can look to doing that next month, particularly starting with this one, because we need the board approval to fill this vacancy. That's policy 4.02. The board has to authorize the filling of the vacancy. So that is sort of the task in front of us, which, if we're going to start with digital services, then next month, if that could be on the agenda, and you'll make the presentation.
Okay, if I'm not mistaken, is there a freeze on hiring?
We have a freeze on hiring.
We have a
First of
freeze
all,
on hiring. I'm
from what I
confused where
understand,
this
this
came from.
woman spent 12 hours a week in the computer department downstairs. She had 12 hours of floor duty.
I believe that
And there's
Cindy
nobody in the library
stated,
that
hold
can
on,
replace
Joe.
12 hours of
Joe,
floor duty?
Joe, I believe that Cindy stated 15 hours. Cindy, could you correct me if that is incorrect?
15 hours a week on the technology.
15 hours a week.
And there's nobody else in the library that can put in 15 hours there, that's, their department is not that busy?
Joe, we are staffed, we are open at this point 9 to 9.
Pardon?
We are open 9 to 9.
Right.
What I'm saying is there another department that can spare somebody to put in the 12 or 15 hours Leslie was doing?
We don't share people at this level.
Pardon?
We do not share departments.
Why not?
I
Why not?
can't speak to that.
That's crazy.
She's got the children's department, she's got digital service.
That's
They're not
crazy.
equal.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Can we, decide what I don't even know where we are in the budget, but I'm trying, or on the document, I'm trying to figure out, what are we trying to accomplish
My director's
here?
report is over. Becky asked Suzanne to speak.
Okay.
Susie to speak.
Suzanne,
So we
just to make sure I'm not losing track here, you're speaking to a position that is vacant now, which is your head person, which is under you. Is that your concern? Is that why you're addressing us?
Yes, this is
Okay.
the Assistant Department Head of Digital Services is vacant. I'm already down, when you pass the budget, 30 hours.
One
This is
person.
So that was one person. This is now 37 and a half, so now I'm down 60 hours. Come December, I have a staff member going on paternal leave for 12 weeks. They are 37 and a half. I will be without any staff of a full-time nature, and I will be down 105 hours come December. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ariane?
What are we
To the fact that because when we were in COVID adjusted scheduling, we didn't fill any vacancies, and so we started the budget down with the anticipation of hiring staff. I just wanted to say that we're already running short, so for someone to come and pick up extra hours, my department is 20 hours short, and there's no hope of filling that position with this budget. We're already short. We didn't hire people who moved on during COVID scheduling. So to start full speed, back up to full hours, and then have people leaving, we're not in a position to pull people from other desks, even if it was a parallel move, right? Because we're talking about assistant supervisor position. I just wanted to speak to that all departments have shortages, and then the ones where people are leaving for a number of reasons, this is gonna start getting very dire very fast, and I just wanted to confirm that.
I've made an observation. And most of the week, daytime, there's about maybe a dozen cars in the parking lot. When I walk in the library, there's no more than about 15 people in here, because I do a head count. And there's probably 3 or 4 times more staff here than there are patrons. And most of these patrons help themselves. A lot of them are on the upper floor, they're studying and at the desks. So I don't see any patrons that are not being served.
Can I make an observation here, Joe?
Yes.
I am also retired and here multiple times a week during the day as well as the evening and sometimes on the weekend. And I could tell you, I never come here, if I come here and there's a dozen cars, that's like almost empty. Majority of the time I'm here, there are a heck of a lot more than a dozen cars, and there are people all over the place. So, I don't know when you come, Joe, but when I come, there are people.
Okay, I would just like to make a comment. This is definitely a situation that we need to look further into. I don't think having staff members in the audience and board members on the stage is the way to do this. I'm almost,
No, don't.
So then, how are you gonna do this? Backdoor, like you've done some of your other deals, like the police?
I would like to take the time to meet with the departments who are struggling, which apparently there are more than one of you, and get a better idea of what is happening and what is going on. But we do need to have some dialogue and information. And yes, I have all sorts of sheets that were passed out to me, job descriptions and what have you, but that's not answering my questions. And I just don't think we could talk about this for hours and get nowhere, but I think we need to do something more
I volunteer to
specific.
be here with you.
So I feel that we need to be more specific in our conversations and get the information we need to figure out how to move forward. So I just feel that continuing this conversation right now won't get us anywhere. I'd like to talk to you, Cindy, and see what your thoughts are and how this could be orchestrated, or if staff is even interested. I mean, but we need to move forward. We need to figure out a solution, but I don't think this is the time and place for it.
Like I said, I volunteer my services to be here when you're here, so that there are 2 board members.
Okay, so the next, and if there aren't any more comments, I'd like to move on. The next item on the agenda is communications. Are there any comments about that? Cindy, did you have anything to provide? No? Okay.
Just open in the packet.
Okay. Trustee Makula?
No.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No.
Trustee
No.
Rosansky?
No, thank you.
Trustee Olson?
I just have a question. You know, as trustees, we get a lot of email from different parts of different people in the district, and some people who are not in the district. I'd like to know if people have responded to them.
I respond to
I know
emails.
that I have responded
do.
to people.
I've actually went to visit some of them, yes.
Okay, that's good.
That's weird.
Well, no, people want data, they want information, they want me to
Okay.
prove stuff, so, yeah,
Okay.
over the phone wasn't working.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I was just curious. Thank you.
I tend to respond to each email. I
Okay,
get.
Okay.
thank you. Trustee Olson, are you finished?
Yes.
Okay, Trustee Keenan.
Yeah, just a couple questions, or, you know, I understand now that the process is for FOIA requests to go through Dennis Walsh. But that seems like a really unusual practice, and I'm wondering how that decision was made.
I'd like to respond to that because I hear it often. The FOIA requests coming through the library in the past couple of months have quadrupled. And the detail that they're requiring is much more than the library has ever experienced in the past. It is taxing our staff. And the problem is, what is FOIAble and what isn't. That's why the attorney's involved. It is so out of control. I'm stunned at the requests. So I don't understand the purpose. I guess people need this information, but it's preventing our staff from doing so many other things, but it's gotten to a level where we need the attorney. That's the only reason he's involved. If they were just a few,
So-
it wouldn't be so bad, but they are out of control.
Right, okay, so, but that decision was just made by you, is that right?
No, it was made because they needed direction on how to pursue these FOIA requests.
Who
As I said in the
made
past, Susan Lemke contacted the attorney. Okay, they were being frugal. It's gotten to the point where if they need direction, they have to contact them. And I don't know if you're aware of it, but some of these FOIA requests, there's 3 and 4
I'm aware.
emails back and forth, which again involves our staff.
I've
So
gone through all of
I
them.
hope whoever is requesting all of this information really needs it.
Well, it would be much easier for them to not, you know, if we provided information for them in the first place, they wouldn't have to ask for those FOIAs, but I don't think
Well, who's
that the
being
staff,
prevented information?
show of hands right
We
here
are.
for you.
Because you don't communicate with us.
What information do you need?
I was told I cannot talk to the staff when I have a single question. I have to send it in a FOIA response.
Oh, I'm sorry, are you a resident?
You know very well who she is.
I have no idea who
Well,
she
then that's
is.
a problem, you should.
And why is that?
Yes, I'm a reporter,
Oh, I know who you are.
and we have been told we can't ask questions of the staff, that we have to send it in a FOIA request, so that might be why you're seeing an increase in FOIA.
Well, no, I'm not, my FOIA requests have nothing to do with the news media that I'm bringing up.
I am saying when I have a question,
Mhm.
and that's, I find that.
Yeah.
Please.
Well, I'd rather not make this any longer than it is.
Well, that's,
We have.
that's what's happening, that's what we're doing.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. I'm not sure exactly how that's being done. Again, the attorney's involved in that, so, we can certainly look into it.
No, you do know exactly how it's happening. The press can no longer contact the staff. They have to make a FOIA request, even if it's just to find out what time a program is gonna be at.
And
It's
that wasn't
ridiculous.
true last year.
That wasn't my understanding, or that
That's what
wasn't
the
what I was
policy
informed.
Dennis Walsh drew up.
There is no policy in
Well,
effect.
that's a problem too, because we had a meeting to discuss a policy that you, in person, told me, because I was in the room with you, that there was no policy, you put it there so we could discuss a policy. How can you discuss a policy you don't have? And then you went back to the
What are you
policy
talking
from 11 years ago.
I
So
don't know
I
what
guess
you're
you're
talking
saying
about.
Is
right
anyone able to
now
pull that
that
policy
the
up
press
on their
can
phones or
ask
anything?
staff questions. I
Okay,
guess
there is,
we don't, because you don't have to FOIA anymore. That's what I understand the discussion to be.
okay,
Okay, thank you.
Not aware of the staff feeling overtaxed by this. Maybe they were, but I haven't heard about that from them. But I do know that by sending all these to the lawyer, we have incurred tens of thousands of dollars
there are
in
some
lawyer's bills.
FOIA requests the attorney that they need his input on.
Randy.
They don't automatically go to the attorney,
They-
okay? You're
they don't?
misunderstanding the whole
Oh, yes, we
concept.
are misunderstanding. This is the lack of communication
Right.
we have.
Okay, excuse me, but the trustees don't respond to FOIA requests.
Yes, we do.
You
Sometimes
do?
we do, yes, if
If
we're
we're
asked for
FOIA.
information. In fact, that's a
Oh,
funny
you
thing
mean
that you bring up.
when you're personally FOIA'd?
We are FOIA'd as
Okay, well, that's a completely
Trustees.
different thing. I'm talking about
not
staff
all
tasks.
of the not all of the trustees who are FOIA'd respond. Some do.
Okay, well, Mike, I'm not concerned about what each trustee is being FOIA'd. I'm talking about staff, okay? But if we could move on now.
No, I'm not
I
done.
think trustee Keen Adams, were you speaking
Yes,
on some other?
I'm not done yet. I think that, again, this was a decision that you made on your own. You didn't get with the board on this. This is not a decision that you should be making on your own. It should have been brought to the board. I don't know if you even asked the staff if they felt overwhelmed or not, and if they feel overwhelmed or not, but it's tens of thousands of dollars that we don't need to be spending. It's not, the patrons are not seeing any benefit from that money going out our door. The purpose of FOIAs is to provide information by showing existing documents and not to hide the truth. I know that Mr. Robb submitted a FOIA, and I responded to it with an email
And I
that was
responded
pertinent,
to the lawyer with
but
an
when he
email.
got it through the lawyer then, it was entirely redacted. And what was in my email, since it was mine, I know, there was nothing in there that was personal or revealing that would have done any damage, so it makes no sense whatsoever that it was redacted. All he could see was the names, my name, and who it was sent to. So that is hiding information, and that, as I said, breeds secrecy and mistrust.
So are
And
you
that's why
questioning
we're
the
in this
attorney?
situation that we are in, because nobody trusts what's going on here because of blocking information by using lawyers to
Okay, I'm
complete
confused.
FOIA.
What is your statement? Are you claiming you don't trust the attorney?
I'm not claiming, I'm stating that what is happening with the FOIAs, by them having to go through the attorney and us spending all that money, that money is not being served, the patrons are not being served by that money, and that when they come back, when the responses come back from the lawyer with all these redactions, it's breeding mistrust.
Okay, well, I think you need to understand the attorney's position, and since it seems that you see things differently than he does, you may want to have a conversation about it the next time you speak with him.
Well, I did ask him to be here, but apparently you said he couldn't
Well,
be
he
here
doesn't need to
tonight,
be
so-
here, but you can certainly call him.
I think he needed to be here tonight, because there are a lot of legal questions that are going on. But
Where?
right now, This is a
These-
legal
these
conversation.
This is not, it's not an agenda item, for one. So if you
I'm
have, if
talking,
you disagree with
communications
the attorney,
include
please call us.
FOIAs. Communications include FOIAs. That's why I brought it up at this point in the meeting.
Can you talk to her about the attorney that refuses to talk to you because you're not an officer?
Oh, Ms. Heinzelman?
Yes.
That's her decision. Okay, are we moving on? I'd like to
She
get through the
says
agenda.
it's in our bylaws. It is not. Technically, any board member has a right to talk to our attorney.
Well, you know, what, you'd have to take that up with her, and I would,
She said it comes from you.
I doubt she said that. But moving on.
Well,
Are
where
you
else did
finished?
she get
Are
the
you-
idea about it being in our bylaws? It's
You
not.
know what, enough with this.
Enough with the
Enough.
hammer, too.
Where do you think you are?
I
Excuse
don't
me,
know, but I'm
are you
getting
finished
tired of
speaking,
your lies,
trustee
too.
Keenan Adams?
Just to make sure that the point was received about not bringing this as a board decision. Again, you made another decision on your own that should have been brought to the board entirely.
Thank you for that.
Yep.
Okay, I did have one comment I wanted to make. I wanted to thank Cindy for the status report dated August. It was very helpful to see the status of the equipment and where we are in terms of completion. Thank you for that.
Maybe you should ask her for a status report of how staff feels.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is new business.
Is it unfinished business, or was that taken out?
There's nothing under
There's none
unfinished
unfinished.
Okay,
business.
thank you.
Because it wasn't listed under it.
All right.
It's just plain.
Do I have a motion to approve the proposal by Anthony Roofing LLC, Tecta America, for repairs to the library roof in the amount of $98,700?
So moved.
Second.
By any chance, is Mr. Corey Fratis here?
I think he was here earlier and he left.
He had to leave, Carolyn.
I'm sure he did.
Dave Dabrowski informed me a little while ago.
Okay, the next item on the agenda?
So we're not going to discuss it because he's not here?
Absolutely not. He's the
Okay, fine.
professional.
And even if we discuss this next month, without having two other bids, it's illegal. Not only that,
You'll need to
but
lis-
he
you'll
was
need-
rejected the last time because he didn't follow the specs.
You'll need to listen to the presentation.
That's fine, I'll listen to
take
whatever
care of your-
presentation, But we need more than one.
You're missing, he'll explain it.
No, you're missing the point, it's illegal. We
The
have
next
to have
item on the
bylaws
agenda
to-
is 12B. May I have a motion
So moved.
to approve? Excuse me, I didn't make the motion.
Go ahead, I read it, so, all right.
Okay, there is no motion, the person left. There is no one here.
So Carolyn, I think
So-
you had a motion.
I'll
and you-
retract it.
And you had a second. So maybe what you have to do to dispose of it is to table it until next time?
That's acceptable.
Or withdraw it altogether?
No, I'll withdraw the motion.
I think Joe has to withdraw the motion.
Because he's the one who made it.
I withdraw that motion. You have to second.
Oh, second.
Next item on the agenda is 12B, the recommendation by Yissil Missile Productions for audio-video broadcasting, recording, playback, and ease of use for viewers regarding board meetings, events, and programs in the common room.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Yisel, would you like to present? Thank you for coming.
Good evening, Board. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Back of the room, can you hear me?
Yes.
They can hear you down the street.
I think there's microphone feedback.
Thanks for
It
pointing that
stopped.
out.
All right, so good evening, Board. I'm Stephen Yosel. owner of Yissel Missile Productions. Is it all right if I take this mask off to speak? Okay. So, I put together a report on the Niles Main District Library, audio, video broadcasting, recording, playback, and ease of use for viewers regarding board meetings, events, and programs in the common room. This report outlines technology upgrade specifications compiled by Yissel Missile Productions for the existing audio-visual systems used to broadcast, record, and play back board meetings, events, and programs at the library. So generally what this report is covering is the existing equipment that is in this room pertaining to video and audio for the streaming and the recording of all meetings, events, and programs that take place here. Now, the report lists all of the current equipment, the years that the models are from, and as well as details on each individual equipment item. Now, part of my recommendation is to replace the current video camera that we have and get a brand new camera that is not equivalent but of a better quality that has several features on the camera that this camera that is being used now currently does not have. And those are XLR inputs, and XLR is an audio cable that runs, you see along the floor here, those are XLRs. Or they're also quarter-inch cables, but we don't use those as a primary setup. So I was here for 2 hours on June 25th, 2021, from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. When I arrived, I was met by Trustee Joe McCullough, and we met with the IT department, Rich, and we thoroughly discussed and observed everything in this room regarding video and audio. It includes the 3 screens that we have in the room, that they can all be powered up individually as well as all together, and whether or not the room's divided. But the main thing here is that we do need to upgrade the video camera and the microphones. I do have, more details near the back of this report that goes over the shortcomings of the microphones. The microphones that are all sitting in front of the trustees here tonight, when you stand the microphone straight up, it's like you have a plate on top of it, and that plate is the direction of where the microphone is picking up sound from. So everybody that's trying to speak into the microphone like this can't do it because it's trying to pick up around it. And that's why everybody needs to go ahead and pull their microphones closer to them when they're speaking. The range is not long. That needs to be fixed. And also, we are continuing to use Zoom. I'm not sure if that was something that's happening tonight, but it's a paid-for service. YouTube is free, and we should be using YouTube as we were in the past. But I recommend that we do switch over to fully having the meetings up on YouTube and cease the use of Zoom, since it is a video conferencing program, which means you take multiple video connections and you have them all pooled into a single conference. And that's not what is happening now, since we have in-person meetings. So I have the details of the new equipment that I recommend to resolve this problem. If you do have any questions for me currently, I'm willing to answer them regarding the report. And other than that, I'm happy that let me speak tonight, and I do hope to receive any questions because I would like to answer them and help everybody communicate a little bit better. So that's all that I have to say about the report, but if you have any questions.
Do you know if currently, in order for people, we converted, on your suggestion, I think last month, Carolyn, changed it to YouTube, going through Zoom. Do we still have to go through Zoom for people to get onto YouTube?
We do not have to go through Zoom for people to, well, for the library to stream the meetings, it doesn't have to go through Zoom. There's a share to YouTube feature on Zoom, but we have to pay for Zoom to go put it onto YouTube for free. I mean, we're talking about trying to save money. YouTube is a free service. And we have enough subscribers, the analytics on the library YouTube page, where we can upload 3-4 hour videos without a restriction. YouTube used to have 15-minute video restrictions at one point back in the past. So it's come a long way. There's a lot of free features, especially the past year with all the live streaming. Plenty, even there's gaming video streaming places, but I mean, I'm getting ahead of myself. But yeah, does anybody have any other questions?
We started that at Carolyn.
Trustee McCullough, did you have more questions, or are you done?
I think you want to, I noticed on the equipment you're recommending, it would be better microphones, but they also would be cordless.
That is correct, yes.
And save maybe somebody's from getting a broken neck.
It would look similar to what is sitting on the table right now, except the stand would be a digital transmitter, and that would be holding the microphone as well. The current receiver that this room has, I believe it has 12 hookup units. The new one that I'm recommending offers 17 hookups, and it could accommodate more speakers in a room if need be. I know Battle of the Books is a frequent thing here. And that's, yeah, for the wireless, that would get rid of all of the XLR cables that are on the tape for the trustees right now, as well as these other microphones, but I would leave it up to whoever's responsible to take care of the older equipment and figure out what to do with that. So I hope that answers your question.
Another possibility is if we have some large attendance programs in this room here, we could put them out on YouTube at the same time.
Absolutely, yes. Yes, and also with the specific camera model that I recommended, it also has Wi-Fi to stream directly to the internet. So there's also that option, even though we have Ethernet ports here in this room, we can stream wirelessly to YouTube live. So, I mean.
So it seemed to me that if we were online, maybe we get 20 participants in the library, but we might get 100 online for some programs.
Correct. There will be.
It's a lot easier.
The idea is that providing all of the videos to YouTube exclusively gets rid of the username and password feature that every person that has wanted to watch a video of these meetings over the past year had to have an email and I think, yeah, the password was changing every month, so you had to go into the agenda book and look for it. But with YouTube, it will eliminate that. It's just a link, or you have an embedded video that's on the main page of the website, where you can click on it, or you can just have a link, either or. The link works just fine, but the embedding is a visual representation for people to go and click on it, so they see, oh, this is actually like a meeting that they're telling me to go look at, so.
Okay, Trustee Schoenfeld.
I would just like to say this proposal and information that you provided to us was very well written and was very well polished, and I commend you for that. And I know technology has been changing over the past 25 years, and I think we're headed in the right direction for what you're doing.
Thank you, Trustee Schoenfeld.
I have another question, and maybe somebody else, maybe Cindy knows the answer. If we pay some of these presenters for the programs they do here, are we restricted to just live performances, or can we put them out on the internet, on our website, or can
It
we
depends on
record
the
them?
contract and what the programmers negotiate with the performer. It varies.
Same thing with the authors, when we get the authors speak with the Zoom, it depends on the author, because some will say, yes, you can save it, and, have other people view it, and others say, no. It depends on the contract.
Okay, Trustee Rozansky.
Yes. First of all, thank you. And I have a question about the equipment. I've been told by people that this equipment can be rented, and I personally was wondering if we rent it for even a few months and decide if this particular equipment is actually as good as we want it, or if it needs to be adjusted.
Rental is definitely an option, although I will forewarn you that rental for film equipment is very expensive. And if we plan to do that for several months, I guarantee you that price will exceed the $11,050.
Well, even if it's 1 month, just to see what it's like, to make sure it's to the level that people want it to be. Because I'd hate to spend all the money, $11,000, and then find out it's not exactly up to snuff as much as people would like it to be. Not that I'm questioning your professionalism. I also would like to know, where did you get these numbers? Did you get more than one quote on these, or does these come from a specific place that you know it's the lowest you can pay?
So if you go to page 5 of 6 in my report, it says equipment model and base cost estimate, and it
You know
lists
what the
A
problem
through
is?
E.
Can you show me the page? Because you know what the problem is? These are double printed, and it's like they all say 6.
Patty?
Which one? Oh, this one?
Right.
Okay. Right?
May I help, Patty?
No, is this it?
No.
Okay. Because if you look at the bottom, you see how they're all overprinted? Yes. Which one? Because I want to be looking at what you're talking to me about. Nope. Nope.
Cool. All right, well, I guess you can pull on mine, because that actually lists
Okay, thank you. Do you
Yeah,
need
so I,
this? Because here-
no, I don't, but I just want to point it out to answer your question. I put down 3 different quotes from 3 different companies.
Okay, cool.
One CDW, Shure, and I believe Adorama. And there's also B&H photo and video I added for some of them, but it's just to give more of a varied option to see what's out there. And these are not prices pertaining to the library. These are consumer prices, so there's the chance that this might actually be lower in cost than what is estimated on the
And
sheet.
the prices you are quoting on the last page are the lower prices on here? Or am I wrong?
On the page that I gave you, page 5 of 6, that one has the estimates that that all of the equipment would cost if we were to go out to these companies right now as a consumer and buy them. But since the library, I don't know if there's like a package deal where they can get X number of the microphones plus this with the camera and the receivers and the transmitters.
You mean like a governmental purchase? Maybe cheaper for us?
If something like that
If we have that available.
applies, I'd say yes.
Okay.
Rich might know that. Okay. And my other question is, who's going to be installing this, you or Rich?
I think that the people that are here now should be installing it. I'm recommending that this is the equipment that will work and will improve the current problems that we're experiencing.
Okay.
And as far as who acquires the equipment and sets it up, I mean,
Okay.
if there's people here to do it, I trust them to do it.
Oh, I definitely.
Unless you'd want me to come here,
No, I
so.
definitely trust who we have. My other question is, God, now I'm trying to think. As far as your working here, is this it, or were you planning on looking into other things? Are we planning on seeing you around here more often?
Well, I was told this was as needed, and, I mean, it's been 3 months. I've only been inside this library 2 hours. So
Okay.
I'm not sure going forward what's
Okay,
next.
and were you charging us for coming up with your paperwork? Because that was done outside of this building. Just curious.
The report, yes, there's charges for the report as well as the time spent
Well,
here.
that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
So, can you please give us an idea of what that is, so we have a general idea?
I've provided my invoice, but that's being taken care of with other departments.
The invoice covers all of that stuff? And it's
My
been
invoice
submitted?
covers the hours of work I performed
Okay.
and
it's
the
already been
details of
submitted?
which, pardon?
It's already been submitted?
Yes.
Okay, cool, thank you. Oh, here you go.
Trustee Olson?
Yes. You mentioned that this is on an as-needed basis. So I would assume then, Carolyn, you would contact him if there was
Sure.
something else? Or do you foresee that this is just a one-time assessment that he needs to do?
I don't understand the question. Is he gonna come back to reassess
Yeah,
what he's done?
question, is he gonna come back?
He said, but I understood what he said, Carolyn. I understood him to say, this is it, up to this point.
Okay,
And-
this project is complete and we're trying to get an approval on it. Is that
Okay,
where we all are?
Okay, but
Okay.
that's not the question she's asking.
Okay, what's the question?
The question,
yeah.
the way I understand it, and you
Okay.
can tell me if I'm wrong,
Okay.
the question I understand that she is asking is, if, like he said, it's as needed, are you just gonna say, hey, we need you again, or are you gonna come before the board with it?
We can definitely have a discussion about the things I think we should address. Yeah, absolutely.
Will you though, and not keep this stuff, until after the fact, that we actually have to call up the police department and so
So
on
what
to
I'm
find out?
concerned about is why we're having this conversation now. He's been hired to
Because we would
do.
like to know what this is
Okay.
pertaining to with him.
Well, right now, we
That
know
is
why
her
he's
question.
here.
Am I right?
Okay, right now, he's here for this, and we can discuss the future when something comes up in the future. How's that?
Sounds good.
But could we stick to this agenda item? Do you have any questions about the equipment?
Yes, I would like to know, you said when you came, you met with Mr. McCullough and
And Rich, yes,
and he was with you the entire time?
that's correct.
So what was his reaction, since he is familiar with?
Reaction to
Well,
what specifically?
What did he say about what your observations?
You mean his opinions on my observations?
Yes. I mean,
I
did
I
he
think we pretty much
that-
agreed on
that we
most of the stuff we talked about.
Okay, go on. I'm sorry, go on.
Yeah, I mean, he was very helpful, provided me a bunch of documentation on the last time that this room was upgraded. He was ready and willing to answer every question that I asked, and he was also giving more additional information that was essential to what I was trying to compile together as far as my assessment.
So, do you think that we really need your services when we have an IT department that is familiar with everything?
Absolutely,
And explain why.
because I'm good at what I do.
And our IT department is one of the best. And do you think that they were knowledgeable enough to actually proceed with something like this? If we had given them $11,000 extra and said, update this room, do you think they could do it?
Absolutely. That's what my report is suggesting to do.
And I've been through this for you worked for 10 years.
My report is outlining the current equipment we have, the new equipment that we should replace it with, and how much it's going to cost.
Right.
Everything else is up to whoever's that responsible for going forward. All I'm doing is saying, this is what
I'm
we
just
have,
thinking
and this
that-
is where we need to go. Or where I recommend, being in my particular profession, where we should go, considering the future in 5, 10 years down the line. We want to be able to have cameras that will last for a while. The current camera that's being used has defective memory slots. That can only last 3 hours. I'm sure it shut off at some point tonight. I'm sure it's past 3 hours now. But that's just one thing. We can't have a camera that cuts off 3 hours and we don't get to see the rest of the meeting.
So did they add to your conclusions, or did you talk back and forth as far as what you needed, or this was just your whole thought
No, I was here for 2 hours on June 25th, and after that visit, with the information that I collected, I put together this report that's in the agenda packet online, and which was, I think, printed out for
Yes.
everybody. Okay.
Okay.
Except for that page that you showed.
Did you submitted an invoice to Cindy or Greg or somebody? Did you do that? Have you submitted an invoice?
I submitted the invoice.
To who?
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Did you get an invoice in the office? No.
Well, we could look into that later. Can we continue the questions about this, this recommendation? Did you have any more questions, Trustee Olson?
I did, but let's see, what was it? If I think of it, I'll get back to it. No?
Trustee Keen Adamson? Okay.
Yes, who did you submit that invoice to?
Can you repeat that?
Who did you submit the invoice to?
Well, considering I had my report and my invoice together, I would assume that Carolyn is the one that received it.
Okay, and did you email that to her at her library board email or her personal email?
I'm not sure.
You probably have it in your email, so you could check for us then,
I don't
right?
remember getting an invoice. Whatever I have, I sent to Cindy.
Whatever I got in the packet.
There was no invoice, right?
I see some more FOIA requests in our future.
I'm
And
sorry?
you wonder why we have all these FOIA requests. This is
Because,
why.
no, because you're problematic. I don't know what your point is.
The point is,
We don't have the invoice. We'll get it.
the point is there's gonna be some FOIA requests coming to find out where this invoice is, because Mr. Yassel's saying that he sent it to you,
I
and
don't
you're
have it.
saying that you don't have it. This
So
is the
he can
problem.
He can just provide it again, and you don't have to submit a FOIA request.
I'm
but
not
since-
submitting any request.
But
The
what I'm
point
saying is,
somebody here is lying, and it's you
Actually-
or it's him.
lying, who's lying?
Actually, he gave me a physical invoice, and I thought he was gonna give one to Cindy.
Oh, so it's
The invoice, I thought he was gonna give one to Cindy. It's for $700.
Okay, well, now that we had all this conversation about an invoice, are there any more questions
Yes,
about
how
this
much
Joe,
was the
presentation?
can
Because I
invoice
have
for?
some.
please submit that to Cindy or Greg?
I thought Mr. Yassel was gonna do that, but I'll get it to her.
Okay.
Mr. Isel, do you have a roundabout figure of what that was?
Joe said something
It's
about-
$700.
Oh, I didn't hear that, thank you. So
Yes.
2 hours in the building for $200, and then another $500 to put the 5 hours worth of work.
That's correct.
Thank you. It says in here that you recommended to Board President Carolyn Derblick that board meetings should move off of Zoom and Facebook with comments onto YouTube exclusively. I'm wondering if that recommendation was also made via email or if how that was made.
No, I would probably say that was made over the phone or in person,
Okay?
and I can't recall when.
So if you have maybe part of those 5 hours that you spent then were having phone conversations or in-person meetings?
No, I don't include phone conversation hours
Okay.
into my invoices.
Okay. And the proposal that you sent in May, for our board meeting in May, was that also emailed to President Derblick?
The what from
The
me?
proposal for you to be hired.
That was
Um,
Joe.
I think I
I'm pretty sure it went to Joe.
You know what, I will admit, this questioning is out of line, has nothing to do with his proposal. No, it doesn't. No, it
Am I
doesn't,
on-
and I'm not gonna allow any more of this. Either you
You
ask him
can't
questions
stop me
about
from
this,
asking questions.
then
That
you
was
know what,
the-
then
the
he's
whole
not going to
purpose of
answer
this
because
right now.
you're just causing more
I'm trying to make a
controversy.
point, and if you force me to put
Please.
it out in front of the public right
Then-
now, I will.
Well, you're doing enough. Tell them what you want them to know, and let's move on. I have questions about this proposal, if you don't mind. So what do you want to say? Please say it.
I think that there was a point at which you said you didn't have any emails from Mr. Yessel when the
Right.
FOIA request was made. And I believe
Right.
that Mr. Yessel is saying that he has emailed you, and so
He-
that is not true.
Well, the date
And
of
I
the
have
FOIA,
documentation
the
with me
date
tonight
of
for
the
that,
FOIA
Carolyn.
request is one thing. The date of the email is another.
You, I believe, said that you did not have any emails from Mr. Yessel in a FOIA request. You were requested for any emails from Mr. Yessel. You
During a
said you did not
period
have
of
any.
time.
May I speak? I go through so many emails and phone calls on a daily basis, and for me to just take off from my top of my head exactly who I sent what to with all of this, considering everything that has gone into the report and finding things, gathering information really is what most of this was.
Mr.
But
Yesel, thank you.
It goes,
Let him finish his.
It's not
at the end of the
important to
day-
put him through this either.
I wake up the next
Just let
day
her-
and I'm not thinking about how many people I emailed and phone called. I
It's
don't
fine.
have
It's
the
fine.
memory
Okay.
capacity for
So there's
that.
something else you want to
The point
address
is that
to the
you,
public?
that was an untruthful statement, and
Okay,
you have
know what,
received
that's your
emails.
opinion, okay?
It's not an
Do you have anything
opinion.
else controversial to make? Please,
I
let's get
have,
it over with.
I have proof with me tonight, and it will
Okay,
be
whatever you
fair.
need.
So,
Okay. So now, are you done with your question?
I don't know, let me finish looking through my notes. Just a point is that Facebook is also free. It was not a board decision to take it off of Facebook. And my last comment is that the one way to solve this problem without spending a single cent is to return to the boardroom where we belong.
Okay, thank you. Are you finished?
I
Okay.
actually disagree with that statement. The camera still only records 3 hours. So if anything goes longer than that, then we don't have video for the meetings.
Yeah, but Steve, my question to this is, if we go back to the boardroom and we get just the camera, that would be sufficient. We wouldn't need all the microphones and all the extra money. That would be $3,000 versus $11,000, and we haven't got any of it budgeted.
Okay, thank you. My questions were, or my comments were, the reason that we researched a new method of providing videos of our board meetings is because the quality was so poor and that the residents were not happy with having to have a Facebook account to watch a board meeting. And then the other comments were they couldn't hear us. And I've watched a couple of videos myself, and there's something just not, for some reason you would think we were 90 miles away from this microphone, because you can hardly hear the trustees when they speak. but the quality of the video was terrible. We had videos that did cut off. There were portions of the meetings that were missing, and we needed to pull this whole videotaping together. And these microphones being as, I know they were expensive, but the quality is very poor.
Yes, and I'd want to also point out that this microphone and that one microphone on the left there, completely different from all these other ones.
Right.
Different pickup patterns, which is what I was mentioning earlier.
Okay, thank you. But my concern of redoing this was that we need our videos to be of a much better quality, and then also it would take weeks for a board meeting video to be available on our website, and that was another problem.
The live stream feature with YouTube, once the live stream is over, it's automatically uploaded to the account. So if we have a lot of time that's being taken putting titles at the beginning and the end of the video, I don't think that's necessary. That's my opinion. As far as meetings go, you want to see the beginning and the end all the way through. And the description of the video says when it is, for what date, and what it's for. If it's for library, we don't need a title card at the beginning and the end. And for some instances, this library's had 3, almost 4 weeks go by before the board meeting is public for residents and everybody else to watch. And the other goal was to try to streamline the process of getting the video directly to the residents and the people who want to watch the meetings.
Okay, and the reason for this proposal was to get our videos online immediately or quicker, and I think it's almost a 24-hour turnaround according to him. And then secondly was, what was the other point, sorry. Oh, yes, it was his recommendation that we go to YouTube, which was a better way to get our videos on the website. And that was what he mentioned to Rich when he was here. And then because I was still getting complaints from the residents, that's when I made that suggestion, and we switched over and we eliminated Facebook and all the negative comments, which were causing even more concern for the residents that wanted to come to these meetings. But they felt that we were enticing people people were getting angry before they even came here. So that's why Facebook was turned off.
But that wasn't your
was
decision to make alone either.
Well,
That's
again,
the board
as president,
decision.
and
No.
I'm responsible for the meeting.
It is a decision that should be made
All
by
right,
the
thank you.
entire board.
All right, if there aren't any more questions, anyone else have any questions for this proposal? Doesn't look like it. Well, thank you, Mr. Yasal. I appreciate your time, and,
We're not voting on this now, we're just listening to his thing, and we're gonna discuss this at a later time, correct?
No, let's vote on it.
No, vote.
Well, that's what I wanna know, what is it expected of us?
I believe it's listed for a vote.
Okay. I wasn't sure, since we were also having the presentation, that's why I'm here.
12B. Oh, maybe it is. What was the motion? Didn't I make a motion?
Move to approve the recommendations of, Semele Productions.
Recommendation by Yasal.
Carolyn, there's already a motion, was
That's
made
what-
already.
But it's
What
just-
is the motion she's asking?
But the,
Yes, there,
it's
She's asking what is the
to
motion?
approve the recommendation.
To approve the recommendation, yes.
Okay, so yes, there is a vote then.
Okay, well, thank you, board, for taking time to listen to my presentation. And if you do need more details, it's in the report. So if you need to read it a second or third time, I suggest it. I mean, there's a lot of information in there, and I understand if some of it was missed. So I appreciate it again for you taking the time.
Thank you.
I would also just like to clarify that it was not a board motion to put it on Facebook in the first place.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you for
Yeah,
that.
it happened because of fine with that then. Okay. That could be true.
Can I make a suggestion? Could we have a 10-minute recess, please? I really could use a 10-minute or a 5-minute recess.
5 minutes?
5 minutes.
Thank you. Could we take a
How
roll
about, can
call?
we finish the vote first and then have the recess?
Oh, sure. Okay, I have a question. I need clarification. You mentioned that there is an invoice, or you got an invoice?
He given me an invoice, I thought he was giving it, showed me the invoice, and I thought he was giving it to Cindy.
What is the invoice for?
It's for the time here and his, report, and it's for $700. I don't have it with me.
I was unaware of that. Maybe that's
Well, now you
something
know
we
how
need
that
to
feels.
discuss. So, the motion is to approve the recommendation. Margaret, will you please take the roll?
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Approve the recommendation of his
12B.
proposal for the equipment.
That doesn't mean we're buying it, that means we're just.
Okay, yes.
What does it actually mean then? You're just getting,
We're just getting,
No, we're
Estimates?
recommending what he says we need, but we need to get better pricing.
but we need better pricing, is that my understanding?
Yes,
Right,
absolutely,
right.
absolutely.
Okay, yes.
What's a yes?
Approve the recommendation.
Trustee Makula?
Yes,
Trustee Rozansky?
as it stands, I don't agree with everything, so I would have to say no.
Trustee Olson?
No.
Trustee Keen Adams?
No.
Okay, cool. Can we take a 5-minute recess? Do we need to have a motion? I mean, vote?
What's the status of that vote?
So it's a tie is a no.
Thank you. Just wanted to put that in the minutes.
You need to vote to
Take a
adjourn for 5
5-minute
minutes?
recess?
Yes. We usually do.
Okay, if you
So-
could please take the roll?
Okay, who motioned it? Who seconded it?
I'll
Same thing.
motion it, or I'll second it, whatever you need.
Thank
I
you.
need both. Who motioned it? Carolyn?
I did.
Okay. And Patty, got it, okay. Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld? 5-minute.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Trustee Makula?
yes.
Trustee Rozansky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
And Trustee Keen Adams?
No.
Diane.
Okay, anytime.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, the
Is that
next
Rich?
item on the
Carolyn,
agenda is.
Carolyn, we do have to still, I guess my mic doesn't work. We do have to do a roll call to make sure. we-
Okay, fine,
Okay.
thank you, sorry. And the meeting is now going to adjourn at 10:14.
She's looking at the
Okay.
clock on the wall.
So let's do a roll call. Derblick,
Yes.
Schoenfeld,
Yes.
Makula,
Here.
Yes.
Yes.
Rosinski, Olson,
Yes.
and Keen Adams.
Yes.
Thank
Hi, Vicky. Usually you pronounce it correctly.
I flanked out.
You must be tired.
A little bit.
Okay, do I have a motion to terminate the intergovernmental agreement?
What number are we on?
Sorry, 12C.
C.
C.
12C.
Okay.
Okay, do I have a motion, 12C?
Yep.
Correct. 12C. Boy, I just grabbed the wrong, hold on, sorry, my apologies. Okay, I apologize. Okay, do I have a motion to terminate the intergovernmental agreement between Niles Elementary School District Number 71 and the Niles Public Library District regarding lease of parking spaces at the school district parking lot, and direct the executive director to prepare a written notice of termination as of this date to be signed by the board president and sent to the superintendent.
So moved.
Second.
Oh, there's another part, though, let me just get this out. Lease payments for July, this is just a note, it doesn't have anything to do with the
Yeah,
motion.
that's nothing to do with it.
Okay, lease payments for July and August, which are due and owing, and monthly payments for September and October, which cover the required 60-day notice period, will be made. Okay. All right,
Now we need a second.
They already had one.
Yeah, what?
Suzanne,
You
wasn't
said-
it, Suzanne?
Yes, yes, yes.
It's
Just
just
one-
she's so
yeah.
soft-spoken.
okay, we're open for discussion. Trustee Makula?
It appears that we're not really using the space, and I think there's other options if we need to use space to maybe discuss with the village, using some of their space by the senior center and near the fitness center also.
Okay, Trustee Schoenfeld?
I agree with Joe. 40 parking spaces at $881 a month for 6,840 square feet. We don't really need it at this time, and I feel we should eliminate this.
Okay, Trustee Rozansky?
The main reason we needed them, and we did definitely need them, is when we have things where we have a lot of people show up, such as Battle of the Books, which because of us meeting in here is no longer. But there are still other things that we do need it. Thank you.
So we will have Battle of the Books this year.
Oh, it's shifting back? I thought it was going to be at the school.
No, isn't there one day, is Ariane still here, one day that it's at the schools?
There were two, one of them ended up being at the conference for 263, and now there's only one, but the rest will be here. The rest will be here, the rest are consecutive Wednesdays, and
So then, if it's on a board Wednesday, then we'll have to meet upstairs?
no, we will be meeting, we will not, we'll be meeting at, Family Resource Center for the,
Okay.
St. Michelle Road.
Okay.
Okay, you're finished. Trustee Olson, please?
My only question is if the staff has been polled as far as what they think about this? Do they use it very often? I don't know. Who can answer that? Well, just for regular, I could see now that, and during COVID, it wasn't being used at all, but do they foresee that we might need it soon? I don't know. Can any staff members speak to that? Well, how do you feel
How
about
do you feel
this?
about their parking lot, and do you see the need for it?
So I started at 1 o'clock, and by the time I get here, there are no spots in the staff office. We used to have a parking area, and don't get me wrong, I like being able to park that place. But, so I have been overflowing even beyond the west side of the building, and then even getting really into what's considered like very much eastern parking. So, you know, the entire back lot and the side lot are all filled by staff because we have nowhere else to park. So that's, I mean, you know, for many years when I was first here, there was just constant complaints about that there wasn't enough parking to use the parking lot for entrance. And that wasn't just on big Wednesdays, it was frequent. And people were very frustrated. And so being able to park across the street has been a reliable way to expand our parking lot without expanding the land or the library. So, I will also just say, when we do get still again, if you've ever been here for a big event, there's pretty, reliably announced that they don't have PA system because someone decides to add a spot onto the end of the seated spot, and then that does not allow the buses to come through.
Yes.
The whole bus system backs up, and they have to call and try to find.
Yes.
So just to say that when we do fill up, we use
It's overload, yes.
So
I've
Rich,
been here.
excuse me, Rich is commenting that this is not being recorded if they're not at the microphone, so I don't know, these
Okay.
side conversations.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, that's what I wanted to hear, thank you.
Okay, Trustee Keen Adams?
I feel like the way this contract has been handled is extremely unprofessional. And I think they've been very flexible with us in giving us some months off where we didn't actually have to pay them. And I'm very grateful for that. There have been some months, possibly during COVID, when we didn't actually need it. But I think that looking forward and to opening more hours, we are going to be in need of it again. And so to not renew it just because we're not going to use, I mean, they might be amenable to giving us another month or two, I don't know. But I don't want to give it up now because we are going to need it again.
Okay, thank you. Well, what I do know is we've been discussing this parking lot for a couple of years, and during board meetings when we discussed that there weren't that many cars in the Culver parking lot, we were told by the director that she can't force people to park across the street. And then she said that some staff have gotten doctor's notices, so they do not have to park across the street. So we kept paying the lease payments, and there were still complaints that we weren't utilizing the parking spaces. And what I had hoped is, since Culver is right across the street, so is, or across Oakton, since the fitness center is there, and the senior center is there, and Home Depot is there, and even Culver, on a different note, that we could probably have some sort of partnering with them and be able, when we needed, when we had overflow for events, or apparently if there are staff who can't park in our lot, or there aren't enough spaces for them, that we could utilize the spaces across the street at no cost to the library. That was my direction. That's what I was looking at.
Did you
As opposed to,
investigate it?
no, I didn't go any further because we want to do everything as a board, but that was my vision. That's what I was doing. But I do know that the village has allowed people to park there for other reasons. And I know Home Depot has allowed people to park in their lot for other venues. So I'm thinking those would be our options to eliminate this agreement. And I understand that Culver is going through some renovations, and this parking space area may be in the way of what they're doing anyway, but they haven't made any decision as to whether or not we would still be parking there. So it was really up to us. So that's why I'm all for eliminating the lease and obtaining parking where it wouldn't cost the library when we do have an overflow issue.
I have a question.
Sure.
If we were to be able to make those arrangements with the fitness center and the senior center, et cetera, and there were senior citizens or disabled patrons who needed to park over there, how would they get here from there?
Are we talking about, we're talking about staff parking. The Culver parking lot is strictly for staff, correct?
Okay.
Except for when we have events, and when we
Right.
have events, I know there are policemen in the street directing traffic.
Right.
But, I mean, as far as having, so you're saying if you're
I'm
handicapped, you
talking
can't go
about
across
events.
the street?
Events, when there are so many people coming, like you said, that we need people directing traffic, I don't remember that, but yes, there are times when there are so many cars, they don't fit in the lot.
Sure, sure. But parking at Culver or parking at the senior center or parking at the fitness center, the proximity is pretty close, don't you think? I mean, Culver's a little
Not if I'm going with
further.
a walker, I
I'm
don't.
not- Okay, I know something about the fitness center. That lot isn't that huge. And I also know that the people who live in the condos over by the school, that's where they're told to have their overflow because they only have one parking spot. So there might be a problem with that particular parking lot.
Okay,
I
anything
would like
further?
I would like to see, somebody to approach these entities and see if they are willing to, let us use
Well,
their
if-
spots.
I wouldn't mind composing a letter if that's what you're suggesting.
Well, before you cancel
And send-
this,
I think we need to
Culver,
vote, period.
before you cancel Culver, I think, we should find out if there's other possibilities. Otherwise, it looks like we need the space.
I would think that they would work with us. I'm not concerned that we wouldn't be able to find parking. But rather than take the time to write a letter, I could certainly call the different entities and get their feedback.
And I know for a fact that if we didn't pay for that extra accounting firm, we would have more than enough money to cover it in our budget.
Well, we definitely need the accounting firm, so.
For what? We have an accounting team that is award-winning, working in the building.
Okay, any more suggestions or questions?
There's a possibility that we could maybe only use half the parking spaces and cut the size of the lease down in half. Do we need 40 spaces? Maybe only 20.
I don't know, that was never determined, what the need is, and the usage. All we knew is that it wasn't being used.
We don't
the
know
residents
what
were
we're using
complaining.
right now, yeah.
Let's take the vote. It's already 10:30. Just about.
Okay, Margaret, please take the vote.
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee
No.
Wasatski? Trustee Olson?
No.
Trustee Keen Adams?
No.
I move that we further investigate this and table this
Joe.
till next week? Next
It's already
month?
been voted on, but
It's
go ahead and
failed.
investigate
It's
all you
failed.
want, Joe.
Oh, just let it go. It's not worth arguing over it.
Dead for the day.
So this item is not budgeted, just so you know.
Right.
Just like so many things.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is 12D. Do I have a motion to approve library open hours effective September 12th, 2021 through Sunday, 12 p.m. to 5 p.m., Monday through Thursday, 9:30 a.m. to 8:30 p.m., Friday, 9:30 a.m. to 7 p.m., and Saturday, 9:30 a.m. to 5 p.m.?
So moved.
Second.
Please take the roll.
No, we're supposed to discuss it, aren't we? Or are we just going straight to vote without discussing it?
No, we're just,
Well, don't we take a vote before we can talk?
No.
No.
You motion and then you talk.
Oh, yeah, sorry, you're right.
Long day.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we are open for discussion. Trustee Makula.
I think these are adequate hours, and they,
what are they, I think 66.
Okay, thank you.
actually, if anything, most of the days, if I pass by here early in the morning, before 10 o'clock, there's hardly any cars in the parking lot, and when I walked in before 10, there's very few people in the building before 10 o'clock, but this says 9:30, but it's, I'm good with this, if this is okay.
Thank you. Trustee Schoenfeld.
Hours are good.
Trustee Rozansky.
Yes. Again, I would like to bring up Illinois Library Association, and even if it doesn't affect our grant this year, this could very possibly affect our grant for next year. So that's just something I'm bringing up. 66 hours is not enough to be open.
So your opinion?
It's not a vote. It's a discussion. So it'll be a discussion.
Trustee Olson.
Yeah, I would like to see, but I don't know if our budget will carry this. Of course, I would like to see a posted a 70-cent lease fee.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Keen Adams.
How are these hours different than what do we have right now? Can you remind me, please, Cindy or Greg?
It's 9 to 9, closed on Sunday, and Friday and Saturday, 9 to 7, 9 to 5. We, opening half an hour less, closing a half an hour early to get the hours for Sunday. It's an extra hour on Sunday than we were open before. We were 1 to 5 before, this is 12 to 5. And the supervisors discussed it, and Greg had pulled some research on the hours for 2019, the different days of the week and the different hours of each day. And so we looked at that data and determined this would be the best way to get the Sunday hours and allow
The
still
best
for
way to
the,
get to what, I'm sorry?
to be able to add
Sunday hours,
Sunday hours and to accommodate the ESL program on Tuesday and Thursday and Battle of the Books on Wednesday.
Okay. Okay, and then, so if this vote, if this does not go through, we will just keep the hours that we have now?
We will not have Sunday hours.
We will not have Sunday hours.
Okay.
Thank you.
I know for a fact that there are a lot of people who are upset that there aren't Sunday hours.
Right,
I've heard it.
especially for kids.
Sure.
So it's not changing the number of hours that were open, just what time, different times?
Exactly. It's just equals 66 hours.
I'm sorry, did you ask me something?
I was just clarifying, we're not changing the number of hours that were open, it's just shifting.
Right.
It's reshuffling.
Yeah.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, Margaret, would you please take the roll?
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rozansky?
Can I pass for now?
Okay. Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keen Adams?
Because of the Sunday hours, I'm gonna say yes. I think that it's important to be open on Sundays.
To be honest, that's the only reason I say yes, is because of the Sunday hours. So I will say yes also.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is 12E. Do I have a motion to approve the payment to BEC in the amount of $33,000?
I motion.
Second.
Okay, second?
Thank you.
Second?
Who seconded?
Cindy,
Diane.
Thank you.
Discussion?
oh, yes, trustee McCullough.
I've been on the roof twice, and with consultants from Anthony Roofing.
Without
And,
knowledge of the rest of the board.
I've managed a bunch of properties with flat roofs and rubber roofs, and I have some idea what's going on.
This is about paying, this has nothing to do with the roof. This is about paying
Excuse me,
the bill
excuse me,
for
excuse me, let him speak and then you can speak, okay?
There's a contrast between what BEC recommends in their low cost, or their good recommendation at $143,000. They fail to pick up a lot of things that Anthony has listed here. For example, the biggest problem, according to Dave, and I believe so, is there's a on roof number 4, which is over the lobby. It's one of the oldest roofs. The termination bar on the east parapet wall is coming loose in various parts. There's a soffit and a fascia there that keeps the direct rain from falling in. But when it gets windy and there's snow, moisture can blow into that area there, and then it ends up in the lobby. And I don't know if we should ask Dave about that, how often that happens. They didn't catch that. There's a gutter in the center of the roof from one of the older buildings, older structure that was before the additions. And whoever put on the initial roof on that section about 12 years ago or so never sealed the membrane to the gutter. And that should be sealed. That's another thing they didn't pick up. And also, there's areas where there's pooling of it's not draining properly, and it needs.
Excuse me, please let him speak.
There's several areas, about 5 areas on different, not only this one roof, but several of the other roofs that have low areas that need to be put beveled insulation on, down, and a new membrane just on top of that small area so that it drains properly. They didn't pick that up either. And the other thing is the chimney, not the chimney, but the elevator shaft. It's kind of similar to a chimney. It's brickwork. The brick needs tuck pointing. Some of the bricks are flaking off, and it has a cement cap. The cement cap has cracks in it. The cracks are probably a source of the leak that they saw at one time in the elevator shaft down in the basement, I believe. So there's about 5 things that BEC didn't catch and is not on their $143,000 recommendation. All it says is replace wet insulation and refurbish the seams in the membrane. Now, given that they didn't do a very good job, and there's a whole litany of things here that on the other recommendations. Also, the recommendation from Anthony was to take and cover the chimney, open up around the area there about 2 or 3 feet out, cut that area out on the roof, and if there's any wet insulation, they would replace that. And then to take and cover that elevator shaft with roof membrane, and seal it in with the current membrane, and that would solve the cement cracks in the cap on the elevator shaft. And that would be, I think that was like $5,000 expense rather than, I'm not sure how much it was on BEC, but that was on one of the more expensive propositions or proposals. Another thing BEC did not inform the board of was the fact that there's a co-op, and they didn't need to go out and get bids. The co-op guarantees the lowest price. So we kind of just blew that off this evening.
So do you want to pay the bill?
When it was apparent that solar panels would not
So
be.
we're talking about paying the $33,000.
Okay, all
Not
right.
about the wonders of the roofing
All right,
company.
what I'm saying is, they did an
That's
insufficient
fine.
job.
Talk about paying the bill.
All right, another thing about them, they duplicated some of the work in two sections here.
Well, then you don't want to
One was the samples they took. They charged us twice for samples, one in the first phase of it, which we already paid the $8,000, and then they're charging us in the second phase, the $33,000 phase, for taking core samples again. And that was just duplication. Also, observation of the roof in one, and I can quote you what they have here if you
You
give
know
me a
what,
chance.
Joe?
Please let him finish.
Finish, but finish.
Well, give me a chance.
Look at the
No, you
time.
know what, you spent all this time talking about everything underneath the sun. This is an agenda item and he is addressing it.
Fine.
Please be
What happened
respectful.
to stick to the subject?
He
Let him
is.
go,
All right.
let him go.
Listen, I'm going to read this real quick.
Go.
All right. Please, no interruptions, okay? Along with the roof contractor, I observed that the lower southwest roof, some of the termination bars were partially separated from the east parapet wall. This area is approximately 10 inches above the roof and covered by a small soffit fascia that prevents moisture from entering due to gravity, but blowing snow or rain could enter with a strong wind. This roof appeared to need recoating and sealant UV protector. Also, there was debris indicating low area on the west side of this roof. The contractor took 3 core samples adjacent to others that it appeared BEC may have taken, and there were significant variations. In the gutter in the center of the roofs, the membrane extending into the gutter was not sealed to the gutter, probably going back years to its original installation. Debris and ponding was observed about 5 or 6 other areas of the roof that could be corrected with tapered insulation and membrane. Areas around the chiller appeared to have compressed insulation underneath, probably from traffic and maintenance of these units. There was a possible leak reported inside the unused elevator shaft on the east side of the building. It appeared that the problem could be flaking brick, tuck pointing, or the cement cap that had a number of cracks. The contractor suggested covering the shaft and 10 feet around it in membrane to correct the problem rather than the high cost of removing this massive amount of brickwork. In the lowest cost option, called good, from BEC, all that is mentioned is replace wet insulation and refurbish seams in the membrane. That doesn't address many of the above observations. In summary, the membrane, except in the small southwest section, appeared to be in good condition. Although material warranties on rubber and vinyl membrane roofing material are 10 to 20 years, the actual useful life is up to 40 years and with proper maintenance. Typical automobile warranties are 36,000 miles, yet most cars have a useful life past 100,000 miles. BEC made several presentations to the library trustees, and it was their fiduciary duty to inform the trustees about life expectancies, warranty periods, prudent maintenance, and how all of these relate to their roof. Instead, the maintenance option didn't address most of the above problems, and the other options were geared for solar panel installation. BEC didn't assess the feasibility of solar panels on these roofs prior to submitting their options. It should have initially been apparent that solar panels would not be economically practical for the library. So the BEC statement that options better and best, which require complete membrane and insulation replacement and tear-off in best option, new roof will make it possible. This is a quote from BEC. New roof will make it possible to install ballast-type solar panels, which will eliminate most of the library's electrical costs. This was not a true statement. BEC had not even analyzed the feasibility, actually. This was malpractice and a false statement, as the payback for solar panels was actually about 55 years. And at best, they could only supply a small fraction of the library's electric use. BEC went on to state in their summary that the library could save $1,675,000 with solar panels in 25 years. That was a false and misleading statement. In addition, it wasn't mentioned the efficiency of the solar panels declined steadily, and their output is greatly reduced at 20 years. The substantial cost to dispose of solar panels because of their toxic material wasn't accounted for in the proposal. There was also no assessment made that if ballast solar panels were installed, would the ballast, snow, and wind loads and stress compress the underlying insulation and lead to major drainage and icing problems over time. Once it was decided solar panels were impractical, BEC should have informed the trustees about the benefits of minor repair and maintenance and the cost thereof. When the library trustees decided not to install solar panels, BEC should have advised them that maintenance, not tear-off and replacement, would be the prudent thing to do. The work performed in the condition assessment phase of the BEC contract, which the library paid $8,000 for, is being invoiced again in the design phase of the contract. These are renew. In one instance, they're called review historic documents, and the second instance, which we're being billed again for, is review client maintenance documents and previous projects. Second one is core sampling, moisture contour map. And the second one we're being billed for now is perform core cuts and other forensic analysis. That's the same thing. And a third one is visual inspection, and now we're being billed for preliminary site visit and evaluation. There's several of these things that can go on. The bid package appears to be a boilerplate generic document. Prep time is minimal. The drawings and specs were probably done on CAD, computer assisted design, that's what's called, and probably 2 or 3 hours of work went into that. BEC did not offer a plan to cover the elevator shaft and membrane, which would not need design work rather than costly extensive demolition plans. The previous library board unquestionably trusted BEC to act in their best interest, the best interest of library patrons, and the best interest of taxpayers in this district. Any solution that allowed for tear-off or recovering the entire roof after the solar panel option was gone is a waste of public funds that could be better spent in this district. That's why one of the first acts the current board was to rescind the contract to replace the entire roof and withhold payment to BEC because it was apparent that advice and assessment to the old board could have resulted in the unnecessary expenditure of over $500,000. The whole process was complicated by design. What needs to be taken into account is BEC's failure to assess the feasibility of solar panels initially, the main reason for roof replacement, to educate and prudently take fiduciary responsibility, the duplicity of charges, and the real value of the items received in this $33,000 billing. The majority of the current board, all right, I think we have covered it all.
What does this have to do with paying the bill, though, Joe? Can you get to that?
My recommendation is that we don't pay the bill for $33,000 and that we offer them $24,000, and that's probably a lot more than they should be getting.
Thank you, Joe. Can we go to the next person, because we've already been spending 5 minutes or more on this?
I have nothing at this time.
Trustee Roseanne.
Oh, I have plenty at this time. First of all, I read the newspaper, Joe, and the stuff you were saying. I was on that board, and if you haven't noticed, I was reelected for another 6 years. You're here for 2. And I can tell you, some of the stuff you stated was a falsehood. First of all, we might have voted to have the solar panels. We were misinformed, as soon as they changed, they realized we were misinformed, we voted not to. But we still voted to have the roof completely down to the air boards because we were told, and I do believe this, that, and I know for a fact, those roofs were not put up in the same year. They were not put up under the same codes. So we were looking to bring everything up to the codes of this time. And if you want to go with this gentleman was rejected because he wouldn't go according to the stats. That's why we didn't even have him present, because he wouldn't follow the stats. So Joe, not only are you going with one person when you should have 3 quotes, hear me, 3, for legal reasons.
Excuse me, you're off topic. This has nothing to do with
But
BEC.
Joe was off topic for at least 5
No,
minutes.
what does another
And I would
roofing-
like to
what
say
does
that
another
I am
roofing
for
contractor
paying
have
the
to do
bill
with this?
for work rendered.
Thank you.
I was for it when Joe and the rest of you voted against it.
Thank you. Trustee Olson.
I'm totally confused as far as what are we talking about? Pay
Whether
the
we should
bill,
pay the bill.
excuse me, pay the bill, that's all I have to say.
Trustee Keen Adams.
Joe, I actually appreciate all the work and time you put into that. And it did take a while to hear, but I think that we should all be allowed to speak to that length when we request, because that's not always the case.
Well, nobody would cut you off if you're here
I
to
prepared
present a
I
reason.
prepared a document for a meeting when I was not gonna be here, and it was not allowed to be read because it was considered too long, so I.
No, it wasn't it was considered
yeah.
derogatory after sentence 2, and that's what made me say you
I've
can't read
never
it.
heard that before.
Well,
I
listen to
didn't
the
hear that
video.
either. I heard
So-
that it was
But
written in
moving on,
paragraphs.
talking about the BEC check, please.
Right, that's what I was doing.
So do you have, are you finished or are you beginning? I'm sorry, I lost track.
That's because you stopped me. I was just telling Joe that I appreciate the work that you put into that.
Thank you.
But a contract is a contract, and we signed it and said we were gonna pay them, and so we need to pay them. That's all.
Okay, thank you. I do have a couple of comments, and this is already on a video. We've already discussed the BEC check at length in the past. But this is from the board meeting when they selected the roofing contractor that, they awarded a roofing contractor for the bid. And during that meeting, I brought up numerous questions. There were inconsistencies in the bid document. It had missing information from 3 different contractors. 2 of the contractors that had missing information were disallowed. The one contractor that had missing information was awarded the bid. And I asked, how could that be? It's just not logical. If they've all eliminated this item, how is this one person being awarded? And the other concerns were that there were many roofing contractors up on the roof when they were walking the area and asking questions. And there were numerous contractors asking the same question. There was a discrepancy between the drawings and the specification sheet identifying the tapered insulation, that's the term. And they asked BEC to explain, you say here it's supposed to be on the drawings, but I don't see it. Where is it? He refused to answer them. Then there were roofing contractors who just called him and asked him. They either didn't get a return phone call, one person was hung up on. And I didn't feel that looking at the actual bid document and the discrepancies that existed, and then the way he mistreated or didn't respond to the questions of the roofing contractors, that wasn't a bid process that I would accept for the library. To me, it was totally flawed. So that was my reason I was against the whole process. So here we are today with the check. I think it's $33,000. And although he may have performed some work after Joe's explanation of just what was done, there are some issues here. So I understand that, the attorneys talked together about some sort of arrangement or what the options are, and I understand BEC, if you don't pay them $33,000, they will take us to court. So that's another, sad response. I must admit, there's no working together there at all.
I don't
But if
see
that's
where
the
that's a
position,
fair response
if that's
when
the
they want
position,
work rendered.
if that's the position they're taking, then that's what we have. If we don't pay this bill, they will sue us.
Okay, take
So
a
those
vote.
are your options.
I'm wondering if the attorney would like to comment anything at this point?
Actually, he's not allowed to comment. That's not our process. But since you've allowed everyone else to violate our process and talk, by all means, yes, please do. If you'd like, come to the podium and everyone can hear you.
I'm such a violator.
And you vote.
Thank you, trustees. I'll be brief. As I said earlier, we invoiced the work back in April. There was no notice of disallowance provided to my client. Under the statute, we are entitled to 1% monthly interest. Conveyed that demand to the board. We are here to get paid. I'm not going to comment on the substance of some of the comments that were made, but we are here to get paid. We ask for authorization for full payment, and the matter can be resolved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Will your client take a settlement for less than the full payment?
Let's do the
Wait,
vote.
that's
Excuse
not-
me, he's asking a
It's not
question.
a board request.
Well,
That
he's
is
ask-
one person's request.
Let
It
him
doesn't count.
answer, let him answer.
I don't
We're-
think
What is
so.
Zoom?
We're not authorized to entertain any settlement discussions in a public forum.
All right, and I have a question about the interest.
Yes.
You said the interest is due. I believe according to our attorney, based on the acts, we do not owe the interest.
I understand. That's a difference of legal opinion. He's conveyed that position to us. We don't
Where's
agree
the
with it.
difference in the legal opinion?
There's a statute, an Illinois statute that authorizes 1% monthly interest. If the government entity does not provide written notice of disallowance of the claim, this board did not provide notice within 60 days of receiving the invoice, and so the interest penalty applies.
And he's claiming that we did present some type of information to your client. Is that why his answer differs from yours?
It's Attorney Walsh, I believe. I don't want to speak for him.
Well, no, you told me that there's a difference in your opinions of the interest. So I'm trying to figure out, that's the reason you claim we should pay the interest. Did he not dispute your reason by answering you in an email?
He has, yes. And his position was that the board, in the meeting in May, disallowed the invoice. The statute that requires written notice, my client was never notified in writing that the invoice was being disallowed.
And we're talking about like $300, right? Do we know how much it is?
Correct. It would be $300
$330?
roughly a month, yes. $330.
But they're willing to accept the 33,000?
My client will accept $33,000 to resolve the matter.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any more comments, questions?
Well, the decision is, do we want to go to court or do we want to pay the bill? So-
Well, I think the motion is for payment, correct?
Yes.
So, yes, I'll repeat the motion to approve the payment to BEC in the amount of $33,000. So since there aren't any more questions or comments, Margaret, please take the roll.
Trustee Derblick?
No.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
No.
Yes.
Rosansky? Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keen Adams?
Yes.
And the result is?
4 yeses, 2 noes.
Motion passes, thank you.
Passes.
Okay, next item on the agenda.
I'd like to motion that we table the executive session.
That's not.
Well,
That's
before
not the
we,
next thing on the
I'm
agenda.
sorry,
We
I
can
skipped
table
ahead.
that one too.
Oh, you know what? F is my agenda item, and I'm willing to forego that tonight.
Okay, before we table executive session, though, I think we need to find out if we can. Are those Cindy, do you know if those executive session minutes are due to be approved? Are executive sessions under the same time? I can't remember what the attorney's email said.
Can I ask you a question? I thought in the past, we would go over the executive session minutes maybe every 6 months. Since these executive sessions haven't been there for 6 months, we could possibly delay it 1 more month?
So actually, there is a secretary's audit that needs to be certified as part of the IPLR, which is due September 1st, and it requires the secretary and the president to sign off on a list of the entire year's worth of minutes. You might remember this, Diane. And the executive sessions are included in there. You have to note whether the minutes have been approved or not approved. The minutes have not been approved. I don't think they were on the agenda twice, I think, during COVID, but you never held those
Right.
executive sessions. They were
Yes, because they were concerned
moved
that
forward.
they were overdue.
Right, so because there are 2 other minutes that weren't, sets of minutes that weren't approved tonight, we probably will need to have another meeting before the end of the month in order to certify the minutes that's due in the IPLR. So,
say, we decide to do this. And we're just doing it to approve minutes.
maybe it could be a very short meeting
Yeah,
just to approve
exactly.
public
How many
minutes,
then?
and
There's 2 of them?
there were 2 of the public minutes that weren't passed, and then
And then there
the
might have been 2.
executive session minutes as well, so.
Okay. I personally am looking at the clock and thinking it
Sorry.
might be advisable if we could have 1 more meeting, say, in 2 weeks, no, 1 week.
Before
It has to be
September
1
1st.
week, because we're on the 3rd week, right?
Wow.
September 1st.
So before September 1st, does anybody have a calendar?
I don't have my calendar.
And your phone.
But, I mean,
I didn't bring my phone because I don't believe in having phones at the board meeting. That's why you never see me looking at it.
1 week from today is August 25th.
well, that doesn't, I don't have my personal
Okay, what
calendar.
would be, is there a 4th Wednesday?
No.
That is the fourth.
It's
That is the fourth Wednesday.
So then,
25th.
September 1st is what day?
It is a Wednesday after that.
Okay, so if we meet, say, even that Monday or Tuesday, we'd still be in the day, in the line.
Yeah,
The 30th and the 31st.
30th
That's
and
Monday
the
and Tuesday.
31st.
we have 13 days.
30th or the
So, I don't know what you, people would think.
So what
We
what are
could-
the days?
We could meet
If
next,
we go with a Monday or the Tuesday, that would be the 30th or the 31st.
what about next Wednesday?
25th.
Wednesday's the 25th.
Wait a minute, are you working?
No.
25th is good for me.
25th is fine. I just want to verify that
Yes.
our one person who does tend to wear nights is
I
going
understand.
to be working.
Okay, so it is,
Next Wednesday, what time? 6:30 here
Wednesday, 6:30?
upstairs?
Because it's not all executive session.
so wait a minute, is this
It's
a
only part-
board is this a regular board meeting?
Special board
Special
meeting to
board
approve
meeting
minutes.
To
Approve
discuss
minutes.
passing the minutes that we have to.
So can we
The
just-
2 that we put aside,
Mhm.
and then the executive session one.
But is it a special board meeting just for executive session? So then
No.
we don't need to be down here?
Well, you need to
No, it's also
approve the
the other
2
minutes.
public minutes as
Oh,
well.
those
The ones
two.
that we didn't
Yeah,
pass
the
today?
2 public
Yeah.
ones.
So then it is a public
Yes,
meeting?
but we would
Well,
be
do we
down
have
here,
to do those from today?
Excuse me?
so everything has to be
Well,
done
yeah,
by
today, that
September
would be
1st.
better.
All right, you're right, I forgot about that. Okay, so next Wednesday seems to be the day that works for all you?
Yes.
All right.
I don't know how you did
Well,
the
we
last
could
meeting
still
of the
have it
month.
upstairs. There's seats for the public.
Because if the people know we're only talking about passing minutes, I honestly doubt that we're going to have that many people.
I agree.
That's a good point, okay,
Yeah.
sounds good.
we'll be
Let's
upstairs?
plan it upstairs at 6:30.
Okay.
Oh, and, so are we back to, Becky, your motion?
Yeah.
To table, or, so we're going to table? I'm sorry,
I
do you
think
wanna
that-
make that motion and somebody can second, is that
I
what we're doing?
motion to table the executive session.
No, she was talking about your motion, number letter F.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
that
yes.
comes
All
first,
right.
okay.
I motion to not have the discussion and possible motion on rotating trustees tonight.
Tonight.
Table it.
Table
I motion to table it, thank you.
And we need a second, right?
Second.
Okay. Do we have to take a roll on this?
Yes.
All right, Margaret, please.
Yep. Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Yes.
Rosansky? Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keen Adams?
Yes.
Okay,
And now we have to
a motion,
table the executive session until next Wednesday.
oh, I thought we did both at once, I'm sorry.
No, we can't, because we're tabling one till next month, and this one will be tabled until Wednesday.
Oh,
the
we're doing it,
25th.
oh, okay.
I motion that we table the executive session until Wednesday, the 25th.
Second.
What, I mean, what? It's the 25th.
The 25th.
25th, right?
It's Wednesday.
Is that still acceptable?
Patty motioned.
All right.
So we have to do a roll on that.
Okay, Margaret, please take the roll.
Okay. You do, yep.
Oh, that's what the second was.
It's been a long night.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rosansky? Twice. Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keen Adams?
Yes.
I motion that we call the meeting at this time.
Second.
People must
Please,
wanna go.
take
wants
the
to-
roll.
Patty. Okay, Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rosansky?
Yes,
Trustee
definitely.
Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keen Adams?
Yes.